Hello and good morning. Welcome to the second round of RMC Asia Trophy. My name is Kelvin, and with me here this morning we have the voice of Malaysian Motorsports, Max Palmer.
Well, occasionally the voice is Malaysian Motorsports anyways. But we've got a fantastic day's worth of racing over here today at the RMC Asia Trophy. The first class out is the Micro Max category there, and it looks like, judging from what we saw yesterday, it's going to be brilliant racing from these Micro Max karts there. Fantastic field, fairly decent depth of field here, and it looks like it's going to be a great day for racing as well.
Yes, it is. The weather looks good. The skies are definitely clear, and we have Chinafat there in pole position as well, leading away from Mason Alexander Kwong. On the other side, the 29 kart, that is the white colored DRM Racing Team kart.
Yep, we're going to be getting on our way soon, very shortly, coming up towards turn 10-11, the final corner of the course right now. The karts are bunched up very nicely indeed. So we're still on the formation lap here. Everyone's lined up really nicely there. We can see the lights. We are about to go green.
So as the races go down the tram line there, here we go. Let's see the flag. Man, we have green flag, and away we go. We are racing. This is live now. Our first race of the day into the first turn, and Mason losing a position now to Jirak in third position. And Mason Kwong will be looking up to make up the places. He's lost another one now to another DT Motorsport kart as well. Managed to just regain the third place there is Mason Kwong.
Yes, that's going to be good for the pole sitter there. He's going to give a couple more karts. We've seen the first two running basically back to front all day yesterday. So this might be just the opportunity there for that pole position kart.
Yes, indeed. So that's great performance there from the start there, and also Mason Kwong this time around in the superheat, not having that great of a start there. So Jirak, the 44 kart, is now in P2, but here we go. The comeback starts now.
Yeah, that number 20, the number 29 kart there, Mason really pushing very hard there. He needs to get up as fast as possible. There's not a lot of time in these micro races to try and get through. Beautiful run into the inside there. Can he hold the line there? Gives just enough space to go through, but there's a cut back there from the number 44 of Jiraj, just about managing to keep that position there. Brilliant bit of racing from the two drivers, battling for third. Big spin, and that's just as we were about to say that. Kart 29 there, Kwong, big half spin there. That's going to lose him a lot of speed.
Yes, that is, and sends him absolutely to the back of the grid there is Mason Alexander Kwong. Now he will be looking to make up some positions there, but now after the melee there, who's having the momentum now looks like number 99 of Tanaj Yu having the advantage there as we look at scenes from the pit lane now.
Yeah, we can see there a lot of the karting mechanics. They're so invested in building up these young drivers and building up the talent coming up through the sport there. It's great to see. But Chinapat there in the lead there, Tanaj in second, Jiraj in third. In the number 44, dropped down one place there. The big news, Kalen has actually gone up. Kalen Delsey there coming up to fourth place. We've got a few guys going up and down the leaderboard there. It's tough luck there from Mason, but there's still a lot of laps to go there. 8 laps to go. You can still try something. And he's got the pace, we know that.
Yes, he definitely has the pace, or had the pace. So this time around, he is now behind the 23 kart. And some ways, he's already passed actually. Mason Alexander Kwong already passed Saif Zulkarnain for P8 now. So he's making his comeback starting now.
Absolutely brilliant to see that as he slowly comes up the leaderboard there. In the meantime, we've got Chinapat and Tantaj there in second, and Jiraj in third place there. They're doing very well for themselves. Chinapat in particular has to go absolutely flat out there. We see the 3 DT Motorsports guys in the front of the pack there. 56.3 seconds there for our race leader Chinapat. The DT Motorsports guys must be really happy with their pace right now.
Yes, you can see the 3 orange Saudi karts there performing really, really well, as we now see basically Mason Kwong overtaking Easton Schwarop for what is that, 7th position now. So he is definitely making a comeback there. That is Mason Alexander Kwong has the speed, but now has to make his way completely from the back of the pack to the front of the grid one more time.
Yep, there we go. You can see he's trying to line up a overtaking maneuver there on car number 5. That's Arutran Prabhu from India there, Kart Crew Motorsports, another quite quick driver there. It's going to get a little bit harder for him to get through the mid-pack right now. He went through the first two okay, but it's going to get a little bit harder right
great
now.
move. Great move from Mason down into turn 1 and turn 2 there, securing the next position up there. He's now back into P6 after that half spin down at Mickey Mouse turn 3 and 4. So great progress there from Mason Alexander Kwong, and the camera crew is doing the right thing, keeping the action focused on him.
Absolutely, that is exactly where the action is right now. Brilliant bit of racing there. We could see in the picture there, the crews are really checking the times right now. They are going to have to push or try and learn from the superheats mainly to try and see if they can give their drivers the right advice, maybe make any adjustments. But I have to say they're brilliant so far. Chinapat really heading off into the lead there. He's gone 55.9. That is another fastest lap of the race here for this Micromax Superheat. 5 laps to go. He's got to really put his foot down and try and bring as much of the gap there. Meanwhile, the action is all down in the midfield there. That car, number 29, Mason Kwong, making moves there, trying to get up there. He's gone past the number 5 there, and he's now looking for
Hustling.
Yeah, he's looking for a space around the car number 44 there. He's actually gone past.
No, he has not yet gone past.
Car
Yeah,
35.
he's gone past. He's attacking actually the kart number 9 there of Notserang, and yes, as you can see there, Notserang is now ahead of Prabhu. So Mason Alexander Kwong made up a position into 5th place now. He is in 5th place, just overtaking Notserang.
Yeah, brilliant bit of brilliant comeback there from the young driver. Racing under the Hong Kong flag there. He's managed to get another position there, and now he's going to go after Kalen Delsey, the kart number 35, who's another quick driver as well. So the gap is not too far away. 7 laps gone in out of the 10 laps of this race. And you know what, I think he might even be, if he can keep his head down, he might actually make it onto the podium on the Superheat, which is going to be an amazing feat.
He might just make it. He might just make it. So there we go here. We're looking at number 35. That is Kalen Delsey. And the DRS driver is behind Giraffe of number 44. These are really close together, but all you need to know is that Mason is just 1 second behind. So there you go. The camera is now extending. You can see the kart number 29, Mason Alexander Kwong, making his way back up again. But at the front there, it's a dominant performance so far from Chinapat, so far away that we cannot catch him on camera.
Yeah, his last lap was a 56.1, very, very consistent there. He's rolled off the pace just a little bit there, but the gap between first and second, the difference 5 seconds, that's absolutely massive. As you can see, the rest of the field very close together. That's what we usually see on these junior karting races, but Chinapat has just got the pace there. He's managed to get himself up ahead, and that's going to be huge for him when it comes to the finals. Remember, the Superheat, the last is basically the last stage of the qualifying process before you go into the finals, and this is going to be huge for his points total.
Yeah, so there you go here. 29th of Mason Kwong now just behind the bumper of Kalen Delsey there. Both using parallel cars, really close front to tail. And here we go. I think Mason is basically giving him the hand signal. He's coming through. He is coming through.
Beautiful bit of overtaking there, just very confident on the brakes, picked the right line coming in there, didn't close himself up too tight coming in to turn 1 and turn 2 there, kept it nice and wide, managed to carry the speed. That is absolutely textbook brilliant karting.
Indeed, so that's Mason Kwong there. He's on the attack now, and his next victim, none other than Giraffe, the 44 card. He's already on the back bumper of Giraffe now. Now with only 2 more laps to go, will he have enough time to actually make up the places and make up the time to get up to the podium places? Is Mason Alexander Kwong.
Yeah, as you can see there, he went for an opening there, but wasn't quite able to get it done. A little bit of a hand signal there. He must be really excited to try and get up onto the front there. This is a recovery drive from him. Final lap there. Will he be able to do anything coming into the first turn? Again,
yes.
Another win. Very tight on the inside there. Will he be able to do it?
Side by side, they touch. They touch. But now Mason will have the more advantageous line over Jirak, and he should, in fact, try to another attack down at Mickey Mouse there, which a different line there. He's now have the inside there. Jirak loses the position to Mason Alexander Kwong.
Brilliant bit of driving there. You can see the amount of pressure being put on Jirak. Ran a little bit wide coming into the Mickey Mouse section there, but that was just the ticket that Mason Kwong needed to get ahead and really capitalize on that. I must say, very impressive driving from the young driver of DRM Racing Team there. Brilliant.
Yes, indeed. So as we enter now the penultimate turn as well, here we go. Chinapat crosses the line. He takes the win with the best lap of 55.989, the fastest car on the track. Dominant performance from the Thai driver there.
Brilliant stuff indeed for DT Motorsports. 1-2 there for the 78 and 99 of Tantaj as well. And in 29th place, car number 29th in third place, Mason Kwong. All over the place right now. DRM Racing Team, I have to say, out of this heat, that is the drive of the day from that heat. The brilliant fight from behind there, and absolutely fantastic racing there. Follow up in fourth place by Jiraj, Keelan in fifth, Arutran in sixth, Lutsurang in seventh, Isan in eighth, and Saif in ninth position. What a brilliant way to start a day's racing.
That's right. So you're looking at the provisional results from Micromax Superheat there. A dominant performance from our pole man Chinapat, followed by Tanaj Yu and Mason Alexander Kwong with a fighty but recovery drive, and followed by Jirak, Kailan Delsi, Arutran Prabhu, Nutsarang, Ishan, and Saif Zulkarnain.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. If this is anything to go by, we're going to have a brilliant day's worth of racing. So that's going to be it for the Superheat for Micro Max. Next up, we've got the Mini Maxes coming up. Again, another 10-lapper, and that will be starting very, very shortly indeed. We have it scheduled in for a 10:24 start. So we will be going, I'd imagine they'll be greeting up in about 5 minutes' time.
Yes, so stay tuned. Those of you on the track, welcome again to RUD Sepang. Those of you joining us on the live stream, welcome to ROTAX Max Challenge Asia Trophy. This is Kelvin and Max. We'll be back with you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to Mini Max. Coming up, Superheat. This is Kelvin. I'm with Max.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to be here as always at this wonderful Sepang International Kart Circuit. Thanks as well to Road Karting for the fantastic facilities there. We've got a brilliant day out there. The track looks clean. The weather looks nice. It's just a nice day for a race there. We've got the 1 minute board out. And next up, we've got the Mini Maxes. And let me tell you something, this class is always very entertaining.
Yes, indeed. So yesterday we had 5 cards. Today we have 5 cards as well. And the standout move yesterday was the yellow card that you're looking on stream right there. On the screens right now is the Singha Motorsports Mini Max go-kart there. Both times he did a fantastic move on the outside of turn 1 to basically get up to 3rd position. And that was Pirapongpan Sutumno. But today, this time around, he's actually starting P2.
Yeah, that's going to be one to look out for in that group, that's for sure. And I must say, I've got a thing for yellow karts there. It's a very old school look, and it really helps for that kart to pop out. I think a lot of the time nowadays, people are a little bit, I wouldn't say scared, but a little bit conservative with their kart design. So it's always great to see just a brilliant design out on track.
Sure, I get what you mean. Like striking green is just normal now, right? Like metallic green, neon green, it's just, hints of green. They're all green. So yeah, yellow is a quite unique color as well. So easy to spot, definitely makes that card very easy to spot. So as we can see behind, so now we have the DT Motorsport Sony card up in front, Tanawarat, with a dominant performance actually yesterday in qualifying heat number 2. And Pirapongpan had a great fight with him in the earlier phase, and Chayakon in the Stratos RL green one is had a great performance as well, sneaking in a great performance in qualifying heat number 2. And the other 2 Stratos RL carts, Patapol and Papasaton, is always there to close up the gap. So everyone is basically closing up the entire distance, and we are ready to go, almost ready for the race start.
Absolutely there. The lights are on right now. They're under starters orders. A very, very slow lineup on to the tram lines there. It's going to be, this is the part that's the most exciting there. People just building up, the nerves start to build up. You're going to see who's going to make that move into turn 1. We've got Pirapongpan in the 109 car. He's got a chance going around the outside. I've seen it stick before.
And here we go. Let's go. Green flag, and we are racing now. Pirapongpan is now in P2, continuing his position. Chayakon up the inside now. Chayakon may just have a sniff at P2, but Pirapongpan closes the door and sends Tanawarat outside now. Pirapongpan losing the place to Chayakon. Chayakon in P1. Wow.
Brilliant driving there. We've had karts 3 wide at the start of the race there. Brilliant bit of driving there, but it's still not over yet. They're still fighting for position coming down towards turn 6, turn 7 there. Hard on the brakes there.
A little bit of contact there. Contact there. Wow.
That is absolutely frightening stuff indeed there. When you see a kart go up, it's absolutely frightening, both for the drivers and for the crew members. But he's still running. He's still got the pace there. It looks like he's managed to get away with it. He's still in 2nd place. Pirapongpan. He's in
3rd now.
Third position right now. I do apologize. They're coming across the line there. We'll get the positions there. Chayakon in 1st position.
Papasathon from P5 up to now P2.
That was a surprise there. We saw one of the Stratos karts having a brilliant drive up the field there, but it looks like they're having a fantastic race.
And as we speak there, the commentator's curse strikes again. Papasathon drops back once again. So Chayakon now, the Thai driver, is having a great time. She's definitely driving ahead of her performance from yesterday now, improving from yesterday's qualifying heat in 1 and 2. And Pirapongpan is now left to duel it out there with Tanawara. Tanawara was dominant in qualifying heat number 2, but here he's finding himself in the middle of the pack here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky position for him to try and get around some of the karts up ahead there. Everyone's in a battle, and that's going to make it difficult to try and spot your lines and get yourself through there. But it looks like they're going to go side by side down into the corner there. Brilliant bit of driving under the brakes there. 177 Tanawarat just about managing to hang on to it Does Pirapongpan have a answer for that coming into the Mickey Mouse section? Let's see who's going to be brave under the brakes here. He's brave, but he's not quite brave enough. That is a brilliant bit of move.
Yeah, that's a bit of Nando's advertisement there. Brave but not brave enough. That's what happens when you choose the lemon and herb flavor. All right, let's go. So here we go. Chayakon now in the lead, but Tanawarad, your pole position man, is hunting her down. And Tanawarad looks every bit the fastest man on track with a lap time of 54.95 that last time around. Purple sector, purple lap for Tanawarad in P2 right now. And Pirapongpan has to concede that he is at the moment the faster driver on the track.
Yeah, that is a blazing pace there from the 177 car from DT Motorsports. Up into second place there. Let's see if he can do anything through here. Side by side through turn 1, 2.
Oh, wow.
The second hairpin. Brilliant bit of move. Brilliant moves all up and down the leaderboard. It's all changed right now. Brilliant driving there. Tanawara, I think, is in first position there. Pirapongpan in second place.
What?
And it just goes to show how quickly things can change there. Everyone is on the edge there. Across the line, we had a gap of 0.063. That's how close it is. You can just about throw a blanket over the entire field.
Yes, you're right indeed, Max. And there you go. Exactly, I agree with what the statement is. Basically, Chayakon went from P1, which you still see on the charts right now, to P4 in a matter of turns. And that was because Tanawara did an absolutely Verstappen-esque move on her, blocking off the entire part on the outside of turns number 1 and 2, and leaving Chayakon with nowhere to go, but having to go straight on and losing so much momentum that Pirapongpan and Patapol overtook her as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing when it comes to this sort of pack racing style of going through the field. When you get 3 or 4 wide, it's very difficult to have your attention divided equally between getting the braking zone right and passing the different parts that are around you. You sort of have to focus on trying to get the advantage over one kart, but sometimes you just have that wild card around the outside that's really hard to get a hold of there, but still brilliant driving from everyone else on the track there. And there's so many situations. We saw a bit of an incident there early on in the race, but we saw so many opportunities to have a bit of an accident out there, but everyone's driving beautifully, cleanly, and just giving just enough space to all the drivers. Brilliant driving.
Yes, as they cross the line, this is again Tanawara, the driver that is on fire right now, absolutely on fire with a lap time of 54.244. He's blazing the field, and in P1 right now, it's hard to see how he can be touched at the moment. So lap 6 out of 10, 5 more laps to go. And Pirapongpan not as quick as yesterday, having to defend from Patapol this time around.
Yeah, this is absolutely the key here, the speed through the final sector to try and set up for that first 2 hairpins, and the run up into the Mickey Mouse section is going to be key here. He's going to go side by side there, 165 through into second place, I believe that is.
That is second place indeed, Max.
And it's going to be tricky now because Pirapongpan is going to have the chance to try and overtake coming in there. The pit signals, go for it, absolutely flat out. There is no holding back during this race, that's for sure there. 109, trying to look for a way around. Pirapongpan not quite able to get the speed out of that second hairpin to catch up to second place there. But Patapol, very, very good driving to get that final corner. The drive out of that final corner is absolutely critical. Also the setting up routes into the next corner.
I completely agree with you, Max. Now, basically, Patapol there 1 second behind. Now, our race leader Tanawara is still blazing the field out there in front with the fastest lap one more time, the last lap around, but not far away because Patapol is only 2/10 behind in terms of lap time per lap. So there might be still a chance for Patapol or Pirapongpan to catch up to Tanawara, but at the moment the DT Motorsports Sodi kart is dominant in first position. Oh, here we go. We have a change in fastest lap. Is now Patapol.
Yep, the chase is definitely on there. The question is, will these 3 laps be enough for him to catch up? It's very close. Up at the front, there's 0.9 seconds. It's doable, but it's going to be very difficult indeed because Tanawara is driving that car absolutely brilliantly right now. You can see very deliberate on the line, very deliberately driving that kart smoothly and using all of the track there. I used to have a saying back in my karting days: if you paid the entry fee, you've got to use the whole track surface, and he's doing that to perfection. 165 there. We have Patapol. He's pushing quite hard indeed. Let's see what he does coming across the line now.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see also the lap times between the top two cards, because the gap is definitely a little bit bigger now. It was 0.92, now it's 0.94. So Patapol a little bit slower than Tanawara the last time around. But the two, first P1 and P2, are definitely the ones setting the pace out there in the tracks today.
Yeah, as you can see there from the pit signals, usually they have a bit of a code to them, but that one I don't think we need much code on that. The gap is getting bigger, so that's going to be a big signal to Kart 165 to
push, yeah.
Really push.
Hammer time. I mean, yeah, so hammer time indeed. You're looking at the race leader, 177, this is Tanawara, your race leader at the moment right now with a dominant performance. Up in front there, extending the gap the last lap around. 1 second away, it's only the last lap to go now. So this is final lap for all of them, and this will determine the superheat results. Tanawara is out there in front. This is the final lap.
Yeah, he hasn't managed to gain much positions there, so it looks like the field has been strung out, but then again, I have been wrong about that in the past. Coming around the final lap there, I have to say Tanawara has done a great job to just manage the pace. As soon as he got it into the front there, he got that gap going, and it was absolutely critical in this super win.
Yeah, he's dominant in performance, and I think very strong mentally, right? Because at one point Tanawara was pushed actually to P4 on the grid of 5 cards, so almost at the back of the grid. But he came back strong, taking 1 card at a time, and now finally firmly in P1 as he approaches the final turn, coming across to take the checkered flag.
Absolutely a brilliant heat win there for Tanawara. Patapol in second, and Pirapong Pan in third position. Brilliant bit of driving from all the drivers there, and I have to agree with you there. The mental game is super important. You can't start to beat yourself up when you go from first to fourth like that. You just have to put your head down, focus, and get back up to the front there, and Tanawara has done that brilliantly.
Yeah, that's right. You have to absolutely believe in yourself and go for it, and there you go. That's your pole position man, and also P1 super hit finisher Tanawara Rajabuti. So this is the provisional results. Max, over to you.
Yeah, Tanawara there, kart number 177 for DT Motorsports in first position, followed by Patapol. Brilliant battle at the start there. Stratos RL in second place. In third position, 109, Pirapongpan for Singha Motorsports. In fourth, Chayakon for Stratos RL. And in fifth position, Papasaton in the Stratos RL kart there. I have to say, all these drivers have been absolutely impressive, but that battle for first and second place had us on our toes. So that's going to be it for the Mini Max Super Heats. We will continue on with our next race, Junior Max, very shortly. That's scheduled to start at 10:46 local time. So we will be heading over very soon. And we're about to go back on track now with the Junior Max Super Heats. We have a brilliant field for you guys. There are a lot of quick drivers here, and a lot of chances are going to be taken there for the point situation going into the finals. This race is critical for their positions. We've seen that we can overtake on this track there. It's a very smooth, very flowy, very fast track. But one thing's for sure, grid positions are still going to matter. We've got Rahman there just chilling out in 277. A lot of the guys, a lot of the guys there. Look at that, 265. Looking very, very excited to be on track right now. I have to say, this is the moment where you're sort of just trying to get yourself relaxed in the kart, chilled out, focus on the job ahead there. You can see there the neck braces going on. It's very difficult to do, especially if you're new to the sport. But these guys are, in effect, veterans for the most part. Quite a few laps of experience under their belt, but still, even... I've talked to a lot of veteran drivers out in the karting scene, out in the car racing scene as well, where no matter how many times you do it, it's really hard to just get that heart rate down, but it's absolutely critical for a good start.
Heart rate down indeed. I mean, where I heard this before, my granddad actually is a hunter, right? So he has his own rifle. So he tells me, before every shot, you have to breathe out and you have to remain calm and, just slow down everything and then you pull the trigger. So I guess it's the same type of concept here with the drivers when it comes to race start.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't know because I didn't compete, but Max, you would know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to get a good start. I was sort of infamous for not starting very well on my club track. But but in any case, it is the case where it's getting the breathing right and getting your heart rate down and getting everything just right is really important, not only for the physical side. You don't want to be tensed up at the start too much, but also for the mental side. You've got to be relaxed there. And we have the grid up on the screen right now. We've got Mika Slabert there, Hamish Campbell, another quite quick driver there, Kian Shah from India, Pomsit from Thailand, Nadol as well, Tus, we've got Sunhil Singh, Ung Jun Yik, Daing Abdul Rahman, and Xavier Fabrizio Santoso as well. So it's quite a strong field. Again, all throughout, actually, the entry list has been packed with a lot of talent.
Yes, indeed. And yesterday, it was very interesting because our top two drivers, Mika and Hamish there, had a bit of a come together in the Mickey Mouse complex there, turns 4 and 5, depending on where you're sitting, right? So resulted in an off-track excursion, and also after that, a rejoin into the track. And that caused a bit of a fight back because during that incident, Hamish was spun around and had to come back from basically plumb last.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one for Hamish. He's going to really dominate this race in order to get a good grid position. But to be fair, as we've seen so far in the previous two races and from all the racing yesterday, you can overtake on this track. It's quite, I wouldn't say it's easy, it's quite tricky to actually get that drive coming out of that final corner and get the hairpins right, but it is doable. So it's going to be interesting to see how he gets himself back up through the field. But having said that, I will have to say, it's one thing to have a bit of a mistake like that. It's another thing to do it against your teammates. So I'm pretty sure that the guys at Stratos will be telling them to try and race a bit cleaner.
Would have had a chat.
Yeah.
An interesting chat.
Yeah, we needed some of those chats.
Which I think, oh, is it now? Yeah. So what happens in one of those chats? Like, do you sit down and say, I'm sorry, or, what happens during one of those chats?
That's what we tell the public.
I see. So... some hand gestures first, blah, 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 standing up, sitting down, and then you sit down for good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But generally speaking, you do have to work through it and make sure that you're in a level head for the next race, which I'm sure these guys have. Stratos has been around for a long time. James Russell and the guys are very, very professional in the way they go about their kart rating. So I'm pretty sure that they would have sorted the interpersonal relationships out a little bit there. But it is something to think about as they take to the formation lap there. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys start as well. The juniors always exciting to watch off the line.
Yes, I would say one of the most exciting races that I've seen here between Mika and Hamish, and also Kian Shah coming up really well yesterday and doing a really good performance in the qualifying heats. Meriting his position up there in the top 3 positions, followed by Pumsit Khomjong, Nadol Imjipanya, Tusmwang Siri, Sahil Singh, Ng Junyik, Daing Abdul Rahman, and Xavier Fabrizio Santoso.
And there we have it. The mechanics just prepared themselves in the repair area in the pits. Effectively, they're slowing the carts down. This is the tricky part, actually, trying to get the formation lap right.
Yep.
You don't want to overheat your tires, you don't want to be too cold on your tires, and you don't want to get into a situation where you have to sit there and wait for too long. So trying to keep the pack together, better for the racing, better for yourself as well. We are a few more corners to go, a couple more corners actually to go before the start of the race. This is going to be very exciting, isn't it?
I think so too. So let's sit down, grab a popcorn, and get ready for the start. So up in front of the grid you have Mika and Hamish side by side. Mika in the green RL cart, Stratos RL cart, and Hamish in the red one. So there you have it, the 2 leaders of the race. Here we have green flag and away we go. It's basically bumper to bumper, and there indeed is a bumper up in the air as Hamish covers the inside line into turn 1. It's now green flag racing, and off we go in front there. Mika leading away from Hamish Campbell.
Absolutely, we've got a little bit of airtime there from one of the carts coming through that first sector. Like I said, junior ROTAX Max is always incredibly entertaining to watch. Coming up through the 5, 6, 7 complex there. It looks like they managed to string themselves out a little bit better this time. A little bit more of a cleaner start there, but I think it's about to go down because that mid-pack looks very dangerous indeed.
Yes.
A lot of chopping and changing, a lot of possibilities for change of positions right now. Very close between 2 and 3 there, and that's Ng Junyik and
that's Wong Series. I think that's 258.
258 there.
Yeah, there you go. So basically, the great mover of this time around is Pumsit Khomjong, taking the place from Kian Shah for 3rd position. He's now up into the podium places.
Yeah, that's absolutely big for him. It's going to be a methodical sort of approach to try and get yourself up the field right now. These carts are a little bit quicker. The drivers are a little bit more experienced. They're going to be looking after... Oh, that's a slow cart. 213. 213 is very slow. Ng Junyik there. Looks like he's got a mechanical there for the Ace Motion team. He'll try and get that to the end of the course and try and see if we get out into the pits there. That is bad news. And bad luck there for Ng Junyik. He looked like he was getting very racy there for the first couple of laps.
Yes, I agree. He was up on the back bumper of Tusmwang Siri there, about to go for an attack. And his cut gave up on him. Here we go. That's move for the lead there. That's Hamish Campbell on Mika Slabbert up in turn 1 for the race lead. And he successfully gets the position from Mika, but Mika comes out on the switchover. But here we go. Pumsit Khomjong on the inside now into Mickey Mouse there. Pumsit is now still in 3rd position. Hamish resumes his lead, cuts the corner ever so slightly, jumps the curb, and takes the lead of the race. Mika Slabbert up in 2nd position.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Driving there from Hamish, using all of the track and quite a bit of the curb there. He had to go for it. Now they're side by side again, coming around the corner.
Touch.
There's contact.
Once
There's quite
more.
a lot of contact there. 201, Hamish back up into the lead there, and 215, Mika having to drive the defensive drive of his life there. He's being bumped around quite a lot a bit there. That's going to give a chance to Pumsit. Let's see if he can actually get a hold of that there, coming down across the line. Very close indeed there. Meanwhile, in 4th and 5th position, that is a battle happening right there. It has all exploded on lap 4. Brilliant bit of driving all around the track there.
Yes.
A lot of excitement.
What a move. It all started with Hamish diving down the inside of Mika up into Mickey Mouse, and then Pumsit just came along for the ride. But at some point, Kian Shah also in the 256 is trying to do something there. But I think the big mover there is definitely the 258 of Tus there. Tusmwang Siri there going up in terms of the positions there, but Pumsit Khomjong now very, very close to the race leaders.
Yeah, that is brilliant bit of driving for all the drivers involved. 2:35 and 2:56 there. That's Nadol and Kian Shah in a bit of a battle. They're coming across the line there. It's going to be quite explosive coming into the braking zone here. They've gotten very racy indeed, and for the lead as well, Hamish and Mika still battling in out. And the main thing here is they've got to battle, but they've also got to push the pace quite a bit there, because the more they battle, the more they slow themselves down, the more the race is going to come into Pumsit's hands.
Yes, indeed. Now, tire wear might not be of concern as of the moment, but you definitely have to use it when you have to use it and conserve it wherever you can. Mika Slabbert now not going for the attack. He's just content to be behind Hamish at the moment, and Pumsit is just happy to go along for the ride.
Yeah, that's smart. You don't want to be attacking every lap. Sometimes you do need to spend a lap or two to try and figure out where the strengths and weaknesses are in your opponent. So Mika just taking a little bit of a breather there to try and have a look at that. The gap is still 0.2 of a second. It's very close indeed. I mean, Pumsit is in third, 0.7 seconds back. That's still quite dangerous in terms of changing positions. Not quite overtaking gap yet, but still very, very close indeed. And it looks like a little bit of contact there, starting to get a little bit bargy.
Front to back there, argy-bargy. So that's Mika Slabbert and Hamish Campbell. And remember, Pumsit is just sitting behind, waiting to pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. This is brilliant driving. Of course, a little bit of drama from yesterday, and it looks like the drama continues this time around. Hopefully we'll have a clean race for these two drivers, and they are definitely driving very, very well indeed. 2:01 and 2:15. In the lead is still Hamish. Mika is in second place, and it looks like the pit signals are coming out there. Let's see, the gap is still, well, it's still 0.22, 0.229, the gap to the leader there for Mika, so they're matching in pace, and it just looks like he's just looking for that opportunity, just that space to try and make a move.
Yeah, so Mika following really closely there. Hamish is not taking any risk there, so is Mika. He's trying to maybe study his opponents at front there, and basically having the lead stay consistent. Now the fastest man on track, none other than Hamish Campbell, your race leader at the moment, but Mika Slabbert is only a little bit behind, in fact only 100th behind the last lap around, and this is lap 7 with 6 more to go.
Yeah, absolutely. The entire field less than a second apart there. The top 5 less than half a second apart in terms of pace right now. Hamish still in the lead, Mika in second, and Pumsit in third, although it looks like the tempo of the race has just sort of settled into a nice little rhythm, but there's still that danger there from Mika looking for a way around. He's lost a bit of pace though between the last lap and this lap, so I'm not sure if he went out to have a look, or if he just had to drop the pace back a little bit.
Yes.
But in any case, Hamish there just starting to get a little bit more comfortable. He can't be truly comfortable in the position he's at. He's still going to have to get very, very high pace there, but at least he can focus on the job at hand.
Yeah, but it looks like this lap around, Mika has closed the gap ever so slightly to Hamish, and let's see if he can get a move on. If I were in Mika's shoes, I would probably be doing the same thing as well, studying Hamish. We still have another 4 more laps to go the next time they cross the line, so this is still a lot of laps to go still, and you're right actually, Mika is a little bit slower than Hamish the last few laps, but slowly but surely clawing back a little bit of advantage there.
Yeah, we can see in the lap times as well. It is very close indeed. 51.688 for Hamish Campbell, 51.680 for Mika Slabbert. That is about as close as you can lap in terms of pace.
That's just 8 1,000s away, so that's so close.
Less than a blink of an eye between these two drivers in terms of pace there. Looks like Hamish is checked up just a little bit going through the top half of the track. Let's see if he can actually get that gap back up again. It looks like Mika might actually be starting to make a move.
Yes, he looks very comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can see there he's got the head down. Having to glance back is always a little bit of a tricky thing. For some drivers, it's good to know where your opponent is. On other drivers, you sometimes psych yourself out. But these guys are sort of beyond that level right now. It's very tactical at this point, and it's going to be the driver with the best head on his shoulders that's going to get that win.
And also consistency, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Hamish there in first, Mika in second. They closed up the gap a little bit. It's now 0.291 on that last lap. Lap 10 of 12. The opportunities are getting less and less. They've got to really do something now. Mika has got to try and find a way past very soon. Otherwise, this race might just go away from him. The pace, however, is absolutely tight. Let's see, coming across the line there, we've got 51.6.
Oh, there we go. As you speak,
Big dive into the inside there. Brilliant bit of overtaking. Hard on the brakes there, but 215 is ahead. Mika Slabbert takes the lead of the race from Hamish Campbell. Brilliant bit of drive there. He must have had a monster drive coming out of the course, and now it's all down to Hamish to try and find a way past. That had to be a brilliant final corner.
Yeah, that was a great move, great braking move down into turn one. And that was executed really, really well by Mika Slabbert. I think we were there, basically we saw his mini moves, right? So we saw him starting to twitch a bit more, starting to get more calm and cool and collected and be more focused. And finally on lap 11 out of 12, he pulled the trigger.
That has to be perfectly timed because now there's not a lot of opportunities for a fight back. One more lap to go, and it looks like Pumsit's actually caught right up with this crew as well. 0.6 seconds, so there could still be a chance for position changes there. Pumsit very quick on that last tour around. Lap 12 out of 12. It's all going to come down to this. Can Mika keep his nerve? Can Hamish find a miracle through the back half of the course? It's incredibly difficult to overtake, but it's not unheard of. I've seen some howlers through that last corner.
Yes, indeed, you are right there. But I think just maybe this time around, it's a bit too far away for Hamish to actually send the cart on the inside down. And I'm surely this time around, Mika will take the race win for the superheat.
Yeah, that last sector has been huge for Mika, just giving up enough space. There is no chance for a change in position. Mika Slabbert takes the win. Kart 215 for Stratos RL. Hamish Campbell, brilliant job there to come in second place. That was a fantastic battle. It's more not just a battle of skill and speed, but also a battle of the mind going through there. Just the racecraft as well. And you have to say, Pumsit did a fantastic job there for Singa Motorsports in third place. He looked dangerous all throughout the race.
He looks like he's ready to capitalize on any mistakes the front two might just have that. So this is a fantastic result for Mika Slabbert and for Hamish Campbell as well. He led a significant part of the race only to get overtaken on the penultimate lap there with a great calculated move by Mika. That's a great, fantastic performance with from your race provisional results from your race winner Mika Slabbert, followed by Hamish Campbell, Pumsit Klomunjong, Nadol Imjit Panya, Kian Shah, Sahil Singh, Daing Abdul Rahman, Tas Muang Siri, Xavier Fabrizio Santoso, and Ng Junyik. He actually did finish the race even after the technical issue that he had with the cart.
Yeah, that's going to be good. Sometimes it's very difficult to actually finish those races when you had a technical and you're right out of it. But sometimes you do learn quite a bit from finishing those laps. Anytime you can get some seat time is good. We never know. Ung might be able to get a fantastic
launch.
Result.
Results in the next time around.
The start is, as we've seen so far, the start is super important in this race.
So that's it from us for now. We will be back shortly with you. Let's take a look. here for the next category. We have DD2 Max Masters.
Yes, there we have it. We are about to go live there with those karts there, the Max DD2 Master. Interesting kart there, and I have to say I did actually, on a couple of occasions, borrow your kart. I have to admit, having been out of the game for quite some time, the paddle-shifted kart was a new one for me. But I have to say, they were so nice to drive.
Yes, they have good traction out of the turns because of the fact that they have 2 gears. Of course, it's still not a case that doesn't have a lot of gears, but you do have better traction coming out of certain turns compared to some. And definitely there's a little bit more in terms of the strategy, in terms of tactics on what gear to use when it comes to driving that out. So interesting there. So Mika Slab there speaking to Scott Howard on perhaps some strategy of things.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of that going out there, especially guys who've managed to come out and do 2 or 3 categories. It's always fun to do 2 or 3 categories because, for one, you get far more track time, and also you can use the information you gain in one category in the next. So it's like the old NASCAR thing where there used to be the thing called bushwhacking, where the cup guys would actually go down a level and do the preliminary race in the slower cars. So it's great. It's great to see that as well. Of course, the karts are very different. These karts, any sort of gear karts, sort of drive differently. I would have to say that the DD2, it's only a 2-speed, but that lower gear just helps out so much. And it is a different driving style. I think we're going to see, of course, the fastest times of the day from this category, but also almost a different style of racing as well.
Yes, so you have now, of course, with the DD2 2 gears, of which you need to downshift. And the interesting thing is that you obviously don't have auto blip. So you got to blip your throttle manually every time you do that, and every time you swap gears down. So in this track here, you typically shift down to first gear for the first turn, the second one at the hairpins, and also at Mickey Mouse, so you have the acceleration out of it. But generally, you can use first or second gear on the last turn out to get down the straight to see, to achieve your maximum speed. So a lot of things that you can do with the DD2 karts. And these are definitely going to be the fastest karts out there today, with lap times predicted to be in the 49s.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to see on a track like this. And again, you have the Mickey Mouse sections, you have the hairpin sections, but the rest of the track is very, very fast. So for the DD2 guys, I'd have to say this is almost a track designed for DD2, because you've got the drive out of the slower corners, and you've got the ratio, you've got the well, they don't have a sprocket, but you could say that they've got the sprocket to go really quick through the back half of the track.
You can actually change up the second gear so that you have a different gear profile for different tracks. So I think for Sepang, you typically run a gear that's not quite so long. So then you have acceleration throughout the turns. So these are definitely very interesting karts, and we see a lot more power, and basically power is the same as the seniors, but basically these will have more acceleration out of the turns, courtesy of the 2-speed gearbox. But definitely these will be a little bit heavier as well. And the interesting thing is that they have front brakes.
Yes, that also changes your driving style quite a bit. With the rear brakes, you do have a few more tools available to you on turn-in. When you get into a difficult situation, you can rear steer the car on the brakes. And do a few things like that. You can sort of do that with these karts. You can mess around with the bias a little bit, but really you've got to be a bit more straighter coming into the corners there, and a bit more planted turning in. So it is a different driving style. It is. Almost entirely. And it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to translate that, how that's going to translate into the on-track performance, because especially here, the corner we're looking at now on stream, turn 1, turn 2, I've got a feeling that a 4-corner braking kart, it's going to really do well, especially doing those little dives up the inside.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when you say it drives differently, I super agree with you. I would, liken them to like a drag car compared to the Canyon carvers of the other categories, the mini, the juniors, the seniors, the micros. Those are more, akin to Canyon carvers. And I would say the DD2 is more like a dragster that you power down the straight with the gears. And then you rotate the car as soon as you can, as quick as you can, with that slightly more heavier chassis. And then you just swing the car around and then eventually you get on the power and off you go.
Yeah. No, it is. And the funny thing is that you probably won't see the difference massively on screen, but I will say, having driven both of them, they are very, very different cars to drive. Both have completely different characters because of that direct drive gearbox. And I have to say, they're both quite fun. But for me, I'm a little bit old school. I like my single speeds.
You like your chains.
Yeah, I like my
chains. And your sprockets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm ancient, so.
So I assume fuel injection is also not for you.
Yeah, there's something about sitting there getting... When the carbs are right, they're great. But when you can't quite get the carbs to work, it can be painful. So, you know what? I might actually be okay with fuel
Is
injection.
It now? Okay. Good to hear, Max. Good to hear. So, well, as you can see, some of the engines getting started up. We are getting ready to go for DD2 Max Masters Superheat. We have 10 laps to go here. If I'm not wrong, sorry, Paul, apologies, 16 laps to go. And we will be with you shortly for the race start.
So there we have it, going around to the back half of the field there. We've got Scott Howard, Chen Ping Hao, Roger Young, Jeremy Nyam, and Ng T Yang. A shorter field than we usually see here, but absolutely stacked with talent all the way through the field. Formation lap about to begin. We are about to go live.
Yes. So yesterday, Roger Young was actually really fast. He's the fastest man on track. But Roger has had a technical issue with the car and was forced to retire yesterday. So he starts P3 and he's definitely one to look out for. Kenny Ng Yi Tang actually started P1 in the last 2 qualifying heats. But he always seems to go backwards on race start. So perhaps his car has a bit of an disadvantage when it comes to race start. Okay, as we get ready to go down the start, I'll pass it over to Max.
The lights are on. We're going to look at the flagman. When the flagman goes green, we are away. Coming down towards the first corner. A big squeeze there from Chen coming into turn 1 there. But it looks like that's Scott in the...
That is indeed Scott Howard in the lead.
Yep.
Followed by Chen Ping Hao. And Jeremy Nyam securing position number 3. Roger Young dropping 1 place back into P4.
Yeah, that is going to be critical coming around these corners here. It's a long race for these guys, for a superheat anyways. Coming down towards the braking zone there. Very, very tricky to get the drive out of the corners here. Different parts of the track come into play with the DD2 compared to all of the chain carts, all the single drive carts there. Coming around the final 2 corners there. And it looks like Scott Howard still hanging on to that lead there, and it looks like the tempo sort of showed itself quite early on. We see Roger coming in towards the inside, not able to do it. Brilliant bit of defending there from Jeremy Nyam, coming around the second corner there, and the third hairpin coming down towards the Mickey Mouse section there. Looks like Roger's still going for it.
Yep, indeed. And I think at the front there, the battle could resume once again with Scott in the front and Chen Ping Hao hunting it down, resuming the action from qualifying heat number 2, which ended as, here we go, a move from Roger Young on Jeremy Nyam, and Jeremy just basically closed the door firmly in the face of Roger Young, respectfully of course, and we retook the position.
That's smart. When you've got someone of the caliber of Roger Young behind you, if you give him any sort of opportunity to pass, he's going to take it. So it's absolutely critical to try and close off those opportunities and make sure that they aren't available. And speaking of which, Scott is up there in first position, Chen Ping in second place, also doing the same thing. Scott Howard is ahead of Chen by only 0.165. This is very, very close stuff indeed, so it's going to be critical to see if we can actually get that going.
Yes, and if you're joining us on the live timing as well, you will see that Chen Ping Hao is actually the fastest car on the track right now. And this battle is continuing where it stopped yesterday during the qualifying heat number 2.
Yep, absolutely. We have a fantastic battle going on here. It's all being decided by tenths of a second, maybe even hundredths of a second by the end of this. Scott Howard in first position, Chen Ping Hao in second, Roger Young in third, managing to get Kenny Young there in fourth position. He's actually managed to get past Jerry Niam there. We can see that battle happening right now. That is 567 and 539. That's Scott Howard and Chen Ping Hao battling for the lead. They've gone closer. 0.164 seconds separates the first two positions. That is definitely within battling range there. Chen Ping Hao looking for a way around there. Now it's time to put on the pressure. He's going to try and go in on the inside. A little bit of contact there, but all was fair through those last two corners. Managing to keep the position right. Both drivers driving perfectly straight. Coming out towards the final corner there. Will we see an overtaking maneuver coming onto the inside there? Not quite able to do it. It looks like Chen Ping Hao right now is just tracking Scott Howard all the way through the opening sector here. He might be taking a bit of a wait and see approach, wait and look approach there, but a brilliant bit of driving so far. They are so close together, aren't they?
Extremely close together, and basically, yeah, that is Chen Ping Hao and Scott dueling out for the lead there, but Roger Young, having been released from his battle with Ng Yi Tang and Jeremy Yam there, is now behind both of them, hunting just for that elusive second position there, waiting for one of them to basically make a mistake.
Yeah, Roger doing very well for himself to get himself up to third position. 0.7 seconds this early on in the race is a doable gap, and his pace is absolutely good. He's doing a 50.360. Oh, there's a crash! There's a crash, 533. That's Jeremy Nyam off course there. He spun it into the tyre barriers. It looks like he's okay. The car is still able to run, but that is a big impact. He's going to be shaking himself off a little bit there.
Yes, that's a huge impact from Jeremy Nyam there into the barriers. Oh, there's a contact there, and that is Chen Ping Hao on Scott Howard, and I believe that is a broken axle. Chen Ping Hao hops out of the cart immediately. No more, he will go no further there, but Scott Howard is unscathed at the moment and is leading the way ahead of Roger Young there, which recovered from his P4 position there. Kenny Ng Yi Tang there, sitting there in third position now after Jeremy Yams crashing out, and also Chen Ping Hao into the barriers after hitting behind of Scott Howard there. Now Roger Young takes the lead of the race. It is lap 7 out of 16, and the fastest man out there is rightfully in P1.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the replay here, and you can just see he must have gotten the braking just a little bit off the line, a little bit too late. It doesn't take a lot. Now coming up towards this incident here, he goes in for the inside there, but Scott's already turning in. Very hard to see. I think the stewards are going to have their work cut out on that one. But again, very difficult. That corner, you can see overtaking maneuvers happen, but it's deceptive.
Yes.
There's not as many opportunities as you think they are at the top of the course there.
Yes, and we've seen a few incidents happen at that particular corner a few years ago actually. Like for example, for one time there was a collision also there between two Malaysian karting drivers, and actually that was quite bad with actually the drivers flying out of the cars actually. So that's a dangerous maneuver, but one that the drivers would have been accustomed to. That is turn number 6 on the track itself, and it's a well-known passing area, but you would really have to be really committed to go for the inside line there.
Yeah, you could drive around this track for ages. 2-3 hours worth of practice and not realize that turn 6 is a 90-degree corner. It's a little bit sharper than that. It's very deceptive, very tricky to get right. And yeah, I have to say, speaking from experience, having had flown out of a cart on a couple of occasions, it's not fun. That is where you get the most likelihood of injury. But luckily we have kept everything shiny side up so far. Roger Young is in first position with Scott Howard in second place. It's not over yet though. 0.7 of a second between these two cars is Scott can find another couple of attempts in his pace, he could still have a chance to close up the position there. But you have to say, Roger Young is in the driving seat for this race. What a turn of events. It all changed in one lap. That's karting for you guys.
That was one hell of a lap there. It all started with Jeremy Young into the barriers first, and then Chen Pinghao attempting a move on the inside down a turn in the sixth there, and getting it wrong a little bit. With the limited information and the views that we have there, I would have to say perhaps it's a move that is a little bit too audacious and just a bit too far for Chen Pinghao.
Yeah, with 6 laps to go, it would have been lovely to see that battle go all the way to the end there. But you know what? That's the thing with racing, especially with karting. It's a risk-reward balance as you go through the corner. He thought he saw an opportunity to go through, but unfortunately just carried a bit too much speed there. And yeah, it's very hard to say what he could have done differently there, because, like I said, the sight line is so hard through the corner to get right. But I would have to say it's a little bit clumsy. But in any case, we are away. And it looks like Roger Young's got this. Wow, I'm not going to jinx it.
I'm not going to jinx it.
But he's got good pace.
Looks like he's got this, and then Max went like zip.
I've been infamous so far these last few races.
Pretty well known for that. Pretty well known for that.
But he's got great pace. He's gained another 0.3 of a second there from Scott Howard, which is not easy to do, but it's Scott Howard. So Roger Young doing fantastic job up ahead there. The Kiwi driver doing brilliantly. Scott Howard there in second. The Australian, that Tasman battle has definitely swung the way of the New Zealanders, at least this time around. But then again, anything can change. We saw everything change in one lap. A missed breaking point, a slightly over ambitious move, perhaps a little bit. If things went a little bit differently, we'd be talking about a very different battle up at the front.
Yep, indeed, I agree with you. Completely agree, and we can see that actually the fastest man on track is none other than Roger Young, and he is clocking a fastest lap time that is more than 2/10 faster than Scott Howard out in P2. So the lead can only go one way, and it is in the way of Roger Young.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that beautiful bit of just watching this man drive is absolutely brilliant. He's got the right amount of lead to get through the corner there. The cart's not too out of shape. Just how you have to drive these shifter carts there. It's almost a bit more like a single-seater race car than these you have to drive more like a single-seat race car, very much in a line, very deliberate movements, whereas the single-speed carts, the juniors and the seniors that we're going to see after this race, you have to be a bit more sliding through, a bit more, I wouldn't want to say stock car, but a bit more like a sports car. You can slide the cart a bit more, you can be a bit more expressive with your driving. You can see there all of the families, friends, families, mechanics and well-wishers on the field there. Give a big wave to the camera as you're going past there.
Hello guys, hi. Hi.
There you have it.
It's lap 13 out of 16 with 4 more to go, and everyone is getting ready to see who's going to take the checker. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be none other than, of course, Roger Young.
He's absolutely dominating it out there, pushing very hard indeed. Lap 13 out of 16. Again, you can see, and the great thing about that previous shot there, a lot of people sort of forget that karting is really quite a family-oriented sort of sport. And it's brilliant to see how it's grown over the years and gotten to that point there. The quality of racing we've seen has gone on and on leaps and bounds throughout the course of this. Roger Young now 2 seconds ahead of Scott Howard. You have to say that he's in a very good position. He's absolutely got this in the bag, and brilliant stuff indeed.
Again, Max Palmer with the words of wisdom. The palm of his hand. Roger Young must be praying now to the gods to not have a technical error. Is Roger Young.
That'll be just my luck. But we've already got 3 carts out on track, or 3 competitive carts out on track there. Jeremy still going out on track there, a bit of a gap to try and catch up to the guys ahead. But again, it's really important to just keep going after something like that. It's about getting back on that horse once you made that mistake. if you retire right after that spin, it'd be difficult for him in the final, especially that the next race is going to be the final. So might as well get as many laps as he can out through it. Chen Ping-hao, very, very unfortunate for him to not be able to go through that process. Indeed, but we definitely have a front runner for the finals, don't we?
Yes, we do. And I will be looking forward to see Chen Ping-hao climbing up once again from the back and trying to take the fight to Roger and also Scott as we now enter the final lap of the race. This is lap 16 out of 16, the absolute final lap for the DD2 Max Masters Superheat.
Yeah, and the sort of interesting part about this race is that it is a Stratos sweep of finishes. Every kart in the race is every kart that's finished the race is a Stratos RL. So that's going to be good news for all of those guys down there. Roger Young in the lead, Scott Howard in second, Kenny Young in third, Jeremy Young in fourth, and Chen Ping-hao unfortunately out of the race there. Coming around to the final corner, 2.5 seconds was the last lap. This has been an absolutely dominating performance there. You have your Superheat winner, Roger Young.
And coming across the line, Scott Howard, followed by third position man Ng Yi Tang, all completing the race. And final card on track will be Jeremy Yam, which is still continuing, and he will also take the checkered and finish the race. So great comeback from Jeremy after that crash into turn 1 barriers, and he's hoping that he and the kart are both fine.
Yeah, I have to say, the last time I drove this track, that turn 1 barrier comes up real quick, especially if you did something like a DD2 or a senior. You do sort of psych yourself up for it and really work into it. We all say that we don't worry about that sort of stuff when we get down to it, but the first couple of laps out, you do tend to think about it a little bit, or perhaps that's just me in my advancing age.
And you know what, you're true, completely true, right? Because all you need to do is just dip one wheel wrong into the side of the grass and you will end up in the barriers the way Jeremy did. So basically that is that for us here. This is your DD2 Max Masters provisional results. We have Roger Young up in front, followed by Scott Howard, followed by Kenny Ng Yi Tang, followed by Jeremy Yam and Chen Ping-hao. So all of this will be resumed. The action will resume in the finals that will happen after our lunch break. But now, before we do go for a break, we have the biggest category here today up on show, Senior Max and Max Masters. So Senior Max and Max Masters is a combined category, same sort of cards, 125cc, no gears, basically chained, and these are the fastest chain cards out there today. So we have also a huge grid, 26 cards. That should be one hell of a race.
Yeah, this is where you're going to really see the Sepang kart track come alive. When you have all of that, you're going to probably see traffic affecting the leaders as well. And you're going to see a very interesting form of racing coming up here with the two categories combined into one. Me personally, I am looking forward to that. We will be going at 11:38 a.m. local time for that. So we will see you all in a couple of minutes.
Yes, we will. So see you then. See you soon, and enjoy the highlights until then. Hello again and welcome back to RMC Asia Trophy. We have our final superheat here, and this will be Senior Max and Max Masters. This will be it for us here at the superheats before we move on to the finals. Grid of 26 cars. Max, are you excited?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the race that is sort of the highlight of the entire weekend for the ROTAX guys. The ROTAX Senior has been going around for a long time. It is a very well-respected step on the ladder when it comes to karting. It is really the cream of the crop here in terms of karting, in terms of karting championships as well. And the racing has always been top-notch right throughout the history of the ROTAX Max Seniors. And of course we have the Masters together in one field, which is going to spice things up. You never know, you could see a good mix actually, especially in the midfield between the two categories. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes on. Again, like I said earlier, we'll also have a decent chance at a bit of traffic around there. That's a lot of karts to go around this track here, but I think the track should take it. It's fairly quick, which will help out a little bit towards the start of the race, but towards the end, that speed, the relatively sort of I wouldn't say simple, the relatively quick layout throughout the back there could suddenly turn into a bit of a disadvantage for the front runners as well. So it's quite complicated when you try and sit down and think about it.
So some last minute works. Going out there, maintaining the cars, lifting it up, must have been something on with the cart there. Cutters all around, trying to fix something. And I think the magical tool, a cable tie, is probably used there.
It ain't racing unless it's zip ties and duct tape. But
zip ties and duct tape, yes.
Yeah, it's always a worry. It always takes you out of the headspace a little bit when you have to work on the carts in the last minute there. It looks like it's a control-related issue, either something to do with the throttle or the brakes or the steering. So hopefully they'll be able to get that sorted out, because that's usually the thing that makes me nervous when it comes to kart preparation. Now, we've got the best teams in the region out there working on these karts there, so doubtless they'll get that right. But again, there's always a chance of what we like to call butterfingers, making a little bit of a mistake there. But in any case, it's better that it happens now and not on the grid or on the tram lines heading towards the start of the race.
I do agree. So we're looking at the drivers out there. That, I believe, is Daniel Harris Jaggi. And he's in the car 328 there as we walk down the grid, checking out all the cards there. We have number 396, that's Thomas Jacob George. And this is number 367, I believe. And that would be 367 indeed. So that would be Krishay Gute. So good luck to all the drivers there.
It just goes to show we're having to look way down the leaderboard in order to find some of these names. The timing screen's just a little bit of a mix right now. I have to say, this is it's always exciting to see something special like this, a big field out on the track there. And really exciting racing. We've got a lot of quick drivers there. You see Toby Gale, Luke Armstrong, and some of the local drivers, Dang Ibrahim, Lucas Leong, and Krishay. But yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic stuff indeed.
So just to regale the action from yesterday, Senior Max Masters, we had Toby Gale actually completely dominating the entire day, running away with first position there. But behind him, Feroz Fezril, Zarif Raikal, Siri Kong Siri, Luke Armstrong, Krish Gupta and Austin Gale was all close together and fighting for that spot after Toby Gale. So let's see what will happen this time around. Will Toby once again sail off into the sunset, or will everyone bring the fight to the MRC racing driver?
Yeah, that's going to be the man to watch there, Toby Gale, and of course he's also the one with the target on his back. Every other driver is going to be shooting for him. Feroz, Mohammad Feroz there in a good position. Zarif Rekal, Siri, Kong Siri, from Stratos RL also doing very well, the DRM team, and of course MRC Racing. A lot of top teams out there fielding karts this time around. It just goes to show the series going from strength to strength. Now, of course, we've got quite a large field. So we saw so far a clean sweep of clean starts there. If you guys are wondering at home, the drivers have to get into those tram lines on either side. They're marked by the white lines. The lights will come on, and we will see the flag man on the left-hand side of our screens. And if you see the green flag going, they are racing. But if the flag man isn't happy with the formation, they will call it off, and there'll be an additional formation lap in order to try and get the race started. I mentioned this now simply because with this amount of karts there, anything can happen at the start.
Yes, but today it has all been good for us. We have not had a restart. We've had quite a few yesterday, but I think the drivers are all more used to it now by today, and they're now, basically just doing it for their third or fourth time now, and so they are more experienced. So as we go down the main start-finish line here we go, green flag, and away we go. Toby Gale away in the lead there, and immediately Zarif Raikal has been overtaken by his teammate. Oh, there's contact down into turn 1. RG Bargy out of turn 1 and 2 there, but I believe that is at the front there. Mohammad Feroz Fezril there managed to hold in and get second place, and Zarif Raikal being pushed down to third position there.
Absolutely insane stuff. We still got karts going 2 wide, 3 wide through Mickey Mouse section. That can only end badly for one of the karts there. And it looks like 3 teammates trying to sort themselves out in the midfield. But at the moment there, Toby Gale with a great lead over the pack there, with Zarif and Feroz chasing behind. But I have to say right now, that is some of the most incredible pack racing coming through that first sector there, and they're still going at it, still going 2 wide, 3 wide. Everyone's got the hearts in their mouths right now as they're coming across the line to finish off that first lap.
Yeah, so Zarif Raikal now in P2 as well. He's in front of his teammate there. Great start from all of them actually. But the scary thing is that Toby Gale up in front. He's about to run away with it all over again. And Austin Gale now down into turn P11 there. Austin was having a good run in qualifying 1 and didn't have a good one in qualifying 2. But now in the super heat here, he's really have to make up the places.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a slow kart off on the other end. We're not too sure who that is. We'll try and see if we can get confirmation on that as the field goes through the line. But yeah, that's going to be the thing for Toby Gale. He's going to have to push the pace as hard as possible. We've got the 2 Malaysians behind him, 350 and 303. Zarif Raikal and Mohammad Feroz. If they start to battle with each other, they're going to slow themselves down a bit, and that's going to be the opportunity Toby Gale needs. It's 1.4 seconds between first and second place. It's a long race to go yet, but it puts him in a comfortable position right now.
So up the front there, wow. Let's see some great names out there. Some position changes that are quite surprising. Payak Korn and Dain Ibrahim and Lim Shao Yang leapfrogging quite a few drivers into the 4th, 5th and 6th positions there. So great move from them.
Absolutely, we have a few more winners and losers there. Luke Armstrong's managed to get himself up. Ooh, a little bit of a hairy situation there, but it's still green flag racing right now. Jun has dropped the position. Zain Tan gained a position. Quite a few drivers have gained a position there due to Tanapom and Krishe's slight excursions there.
Oh, there we go. The DRM racing drivers have swapped places with Mohammad Feroz Fezril now in front of his teammate Zarif Raikal there, and they are all having Toby Gale as their main target. But the fastest man on track right now, interestingly, once again, is Austin Gale, Toby Gale's teammate and I believe brother as well. And but he is now in P9 and will have a bit of a gap to make up in order to come forward up there.
There's only 2 drivers who've done a 50-second lap time over that last lap, and they both have the surname of Gale. Toby Gale, 50.884, and Austin with a 50.863. He's gone a bit quicker there. The rest of the field are very close together in the 51-second range for the most part there. But it looks like Feroz has picked up the pace quite a bit there. Big impact, as you can see in the replay. Not too sure. Was that 358? Yeah, that was 3:58. That had to be a real wild ride there. Hopefully he managed to carry on, but no, we see
look at
he
that.
stopped.
That's the 388 card out of the race there. That would be Luke Armstrong
That's
out of the race.
That's going to be crushing for Luke there. He's had a strong chance at a top 5 finish for this superheat. It's going to be super important again for the finals there. Trying to set the grid, trying to get those qualifying points on the board there. So that's going to put him fairways back. Grid positions are going to matter more in a bigger field. There's just going to be more karts to overtake and a much harder time of it as well. So that's going to be crushing there for Luke.
Yeah,
And,
so with a broken front bumper as well, one wonders what have happened to Luke Armstrong then. Perhaps a bit of a contact with a different kart, perhaps a technical issue, not related to the damage on the bumper as well, but all remains to be seen, and we will also have to see if that's able to be fixed in time. Oh, that's a huge contact there. Wow! Out of Mickey Mouse there, just skipping one wheel on the grass there, sending the kart in pit maneuvering into his competitors, and there we go. That is the kart 306 out of the race. That is Lucas Leonge clipping the side of the grass and into the side bumpers of his competitors.
Yeah, a couple of competitors there not too happy about that. I'm not too sure if there was anything too egregious about that, but sometimes the chain reactions that can happen in the Mickey Mouse section is absolutely horrific. One guy can get it a little bit offline, a little bit sideways, and that just concertinas up all the way through. Anytime you go through a switchback there, that's always the worry. But as you can see there, that was a fair old hit. That was four wheels off the ground for one of the karts. So hopefully they could still go. Let's have a look at the replay here. And we'll see one of the karts getting a bit sideways.
Yeah, pushing just a little bit too much. Dips one wheel onto the grass and boom, there you go, into the air. Using his weight to absolutely balance the kart back there, and then continuing on actually. So that's a great move for him. I mean, not so great to be punted out, but good save, I must say.
Well, if he doesn't have a career in driving, he might have a career in gymnastics.
Oh yes, for sure.
But I have to say though, to be a top level karting driver, you have to have that balance. You have to be very athletic for one. These karts can be, if anything, more physical than a Formula 3 car even. It's a very physical sport, but you also have to have dexterity. You're going to have finesse with that fitness as well. So to be fair, most of these guys are quite fit, and a lot of drivers from all across motor racing use karting as a fitness tool nowadays. Not only just a training tool, but a fitness tool as well. So it's a great reason to get into karting. Especially if the wife is a little bit iffy about the prospect. You could say, well, it's this or the gym.
Yeah, this or the gym, and this is a lot more pricier for sure than hitting the gym, but for sure this smells better in my opinion.
And it's a lot more thrilling as well.
And it's much more thrilling, right? So it's a good move. But you know what? While that has been happening while people have been having contacts and mouth kisses at the Mickey Mouse complex, one has seriously started to move up the charts, and that would be in P5, Austin Gale. So he's really quick, he's really hungry, and he's itching to get up there.
Yeah, he's definitely putting some hot lap times there. 50.38 seconds, his last lap. We'll have a look and see how much faster he is through this time around. Meanwhile, his teammate and brother there, Toby Gale, 50.259, really putting the hammer down right now, trying to put the hurt on the field. 4 seconds, the gap between first and second place, 10 laps gone out of 16, 6 to go. And we'll see there Austin Gale in 5th position, 50.531, a little bit bottled up. This is where, like I was saying, the traffic gets into the way there. When you have a big field, you tend to have these sort of concertina effects, karts getting further away, suddenly closing up, pick your way around back markers. We're getting to that point in the race there. We can see a couple of dead karts on the side of the track. This really goes to show how much of a battle Senior Max and Max Master has been this weekend.
Well, we say battle for most of the people except this guy out here in front. I think he's just doing basically a practice session, right? With
Yeah, this
the
is
amount of
looking
gap that he
this is
has.
looking very good for him for the finals. 4.3 seconds. Even by my conservative estimates, he's definitely dominating this race right now. Great job, Toby Gale. MRC racing under the Thai flag for this weekend, as is his brother Austin Gale as well. MRC Racing doing a great job on those karts, very nicely turned out as well. We've got a battle further down the leaderboard here. Look at that, 2 wide, 3 wide almost going through the corners there. It's absolutely fascinating. They are battling all up and down through the leaderboard there. 3:31. That's Austin Gale.
That's Austin Gale passing Zarif Raikal and bringing Siri Konsiri into the fight as well. Now Siri, a stalwart of the series there, is now behind Zarif Raikal. Zarif has suddenly lost pace. Oh! There's a contact there out in turn 1. A little bit of a turn into the back bumper of Zarif Raikal there is Siri Konsiri. And there you go, into turn 1 there, the battle resumes between the P5 and P6 men. Well, Austin is now free to scamper off to try to chase down Payakon.
Yeah, that was a very lucky escape for both karters there. That move going into turn 1 can very easily turn into a double spin. So it's a great job that they managed to hang on to that with that amount of contact. But it also goes to show the leaps and bounds that the rear bumpers have gone over the years there. Back in the bad old days of the 70s and 80s, that would have been a hook, and that would have taken both karts out for sure. But now it means that these two can still battle on. It looks like he's going defensive there, covering off the inside, but that slowed him down quite a bit there. 383, can he make it around the outside? No. Can he cut back onto the inside? Not quite.
Not quite so. But Siri is not giving up the fight here. The fight is still on between Siri Konsiri and Zarif Raikal there. Siri is going very aggressive on the inside, on the outside, on the inside again. Zarif really closing the gap, slamming the door into his face, and you might see a move down into turn 6 there. Decided against it this time around.
Discretion, the better part of valor around that corner. Again, you have to be super confident and really draw up alongside to get the move working through 6 and even 7 and 8.
And also believe that you will be given the space to do that.
Well, that is another thing as well, but it looks like Siri might have an opportunity coming out of the corner there. He's looking very good. Let's see if he can actually close up the gap there. A little bit defensive from Zarif. Can he carry the speed though? Can he nail him on the exit of turn 1 into turn 2? Hard on the throttle now. It's going to be a drag race coming up towards the Mickey Mouse section, but Zarif managing to cover it off a bit.
Oh,
a little bit of a bump into the braking zone there. If you can't use your brake pads, use the guy heads there, but brilliant bit of driving there from Siri. They're still touching, there's still contact, and we have another driver involved. I think that's 320, that's Ahil, who's joined into the leader. This 2-man battle has turned into a 3-man battle, and there's another kart further behind as well. It's about to join in on the fun. This is absolutely fantastic racing. We're not even in the finals yet. This has to be one of the most entertaining superheats we've seen all year.
Incredible. So now teammates, circles are our teammates, Ahil and Siri Konsiri now fighting it out for P5 and 6 there. Zarif Raikal slipping behind. Oh, but here we go. He's on the offensive once again. Zarif Raikal takes the position back from Ahil, and now Siri Konsiri is free to scamper off quite a fair bit, build a bit of a gap, a safety margin for himself. But Zarif Raikal is not out, not down, and definitely still in the fight.
Yeah, this is going to go on for quite some time now. 2 laps left on the board there. This one and the next one will be the last lap of the race there. So these guys are going to have to push very hard in order to try and get themselves up. Austin's in 4th, Siri in 5th, Ahil in 6th, Zarif in 7th position right now. This is the final lap. Toby Gale is your leader. He's come across the line there, and the gap across the line for the final lap, 5.143 seconds. You have to say that Toby Gale has got it, barring any issues. Bayakon in 3rd position, Austin in 4th, Siri in 5th, Zarif managing to take that position from Ahil. Brilliant bit of driving through that section, coming down towards the back there and into the Mickey Mouse section. It looks like Austin's definitely putting the hurting on those 2 drivers there. Siri, Zarif, Ahil still going hard at it right now, but 323, that's your leader, Toby Gale.
That's right, as he powers through the penultimate turn and comes to finish his race practice session, I would say. Congratulations on an absolute dominant performance by Toby Gale there, leading lights to flag and finishing in first position in this superheat with a massive gap of 5 seconds.
That was an absolutely dominating performance there. I have to say that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th had to be the real highlight of the weekend for us so far. Brilliant bit of driving, a little bit of contact, but I think that's fair. Just really good, hard racing from all of those drivers there. So congratulations to them. Austin Gale, you have to say, he must be the driver of the day for that particular, or driver of the heat for that particular maneuver. He had to go through so many great drivers to get himself up to 4th.
Yeah, so great performance there, and definitely puts himself in a wonderful position to be in there for the finals. And this is the provisional results that we have here for the superheat here. And we have the race winner, Toby Gale, followed by Mohammad Feroz Fezril, Payakon Arams Rasami, Austin Gale, Siri Kong Siri, Zarif Raikal, Ahil Meklai, followed by Daing Ibrahim, Michael Kaur, Alpesh Kumar, Laksh Manish, Lim Xiaoyang, Paco Miguel, Thomas Jacob George, Tanmay Kothari. He actually retired yesterday with a technical issue, but he's back and is in 15th place. And Daniel Harris Jagi, Zachary Chaichon Boyce, Abu Ash Shami, Harith bin Zairil Oh, Zain Tan, and Krish Gupta is the finishers.
Yeah, the retirements there: Lucas Leong, Luke Armstrong, Tanapop, Krishe, and Megat. Really unfortunate for them, but they do still have a chance in the finals. It's a long race. 20 laps doesn't seem like a lot sitting on the outside there, but when you're in the kart, it's a very long race there. Congratulations also to the Masters winner, Alpesh there. He finished in the top 10, which is great performance there, considering the depth of field that we've got here today.
So that's it from us for the time being. Sit back, enjoy the highlights. We'll be back with you soon after the break. And after a quick break for lunch break, we will be back for the finals of Micro, Mini, Junior, Max DD2 Masters, Senior Max and Max Masters to conclude the day. So until then, see you later after lunch.
And we are back here at Sepang for the ROTAX Max Challenge Asia Trophy. Micromax Finals coming up. This is the first of our finals for this afternoon there. We've got a really quite a good race there, judging by how the super heats went. Absolutely fantastic. These guys really know how to have some fun out there, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. And once again, welcome back. This is Kelvin with me, Max, as well. Thank you so much for the opening, Max. It's been a great afternoon. We have good weather here as well. And also very interestingly, we have the 3 DT Motorsport cards all out in front. Chinapat with the dominant performance earlier in the super heat. But Mason Alexander Kwong is something to look after for. So Max, let's relocate ever so slightly into a better location for the finals.
Yeah, absolutely there. DT Motorsports doing a fantastic job to get all 3 of their guys onto the front of the grid there. You see a little bit of bumping and barging there. As per usual, coming up to a final, this is it for the Micromax category. The lights are on and we are about to go green. This start is going to be crucial for these guys. Chinapat in first, Tanataj in second, and Jirash in third.
So 12 laps of racing to go as they all power down the tram lines. It's green flag, away we go. We are racing, and the DT Motorsport cars are defending the lines well. But here we go, Mason Kwong on the outside now. He's going to try to consolidate that position. Now into third is Mason Kwong. Takes 1 position from, I believe that would be Jirach.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bit of driving there from Mason Kwong. It's going to be going up as much as possible, 1 bit at a time. Just try and get the speed up and really push hard on it. Right now we've got a battle for the lead there between Tantaj and Chinapat. Coming into the corner there, we have a nice little sweeper going through there. Let's try and see who is in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, so Tanaj with the lead at the moment, but all along this weekend, Chinapat has been a faster driver. Let's see if Tanaj this time can take the flag when it matters as they come across the start-finish line. We're going to see the first classification officially of the Chinapat in the lead, followed by Mason Alexander Kwong and Tanaj dropping down to 3rd position now.
That's a fantastic opening lap there from Mason. Really made every single move stick there, and he's got a fantastic lead over 3rd place Tantaj. Coming up, Mason Kwong really pushing hard now. It looks like he's got a little bit of a pace disadvantage if we're judging by the first lap there, but it's going to take 2 or 3 laps before we can see the true pace of both drivers. In any case, it's 0.2 of a second there, and you can see very close indeed between 1st and 2nd place. Meanwhile, this battle between number 44 and number 35, that's Jirash in 44 and Kalen Delcy in the 35 there. They're getting very close to each other right now. 0.3 of a second separated them on the starting the 2nd lap. Let's see what it is starting the 3rd lap right now. They feel very, very close to each other at the moment. Coming across the line there, we'll see Chinapat is 0.2 still ahead of Mason Kwong, and Jirash is also 0.2 ahead of Kalen Delcy. So a very, very close battle there for 4th and a very close battle for 2nd. But it's definitely calmed down a little bit compared to the Super.
It has indeed. And at the back there, Ishan sort of has overtaken Saif Zulkarnain the last lap around here. And the battle is on for the first 4 positions. Actually, maybe 6. Because we now have the 4-car all-up between, and that's led by Tanaj and Jirach right now. Kalen Delzy, the driver that is attempting this pass you're seeing on screen right now in the 35 car.
Yeah, absolutely smooth driving from all the drivers right now coming down towards the first corner. Chinapat has actually increased the gap a little bit. He's got the fastest time of the race there, 56.414 for Chinapat. That plays a 56.511 by Mason Kwong. So a little bit of a gap there, but it looks like Mason's managed to close it back up again through the Mickey Mouse section.
Yes.
I see that from here on, it's definitely pretty even there, but it looks like Mason could find just that little bit through that Mickey Mouse section. It's going to help him out.
Yeah, but just look at Mason there with that body lean. He's absolutely on it, swinging out right in case those of you who are new to karting and you're following us today, you typically put your body towards the outside of the turn in order for you to generate more grip on those tires to help you power out of the turn. It's commonly known as the LSD effect and not the mushroom one.
Yeah, but that is the case there. You've got to get the weight off the inside a little bit, and the best way to do that, especially for the senior drivers, they've got a little bit more weight on them, is to lean towards the outside. So unlike a motorcycle, when you're leaning towards the inside, you've got to lean towards the outside of the corner in order to get that balance there. Ooh, a little bit of a bottle there from 35 and 44.
That's Kalen Delsey against G-Rock there. And Kalen there on the inside and then on the outside, and lost the drag race down onto the Mickey Mouse complex there is Kalen Delsey. But with Arutran Prabhu just right behind him, it's a close battle for that position.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the battle between 78 and 29, it's gotten really close right now. 0.2 of a second on that last lap. Now there is absolutely nothing between Chinapat and Mason. Pushing very hard there. Mason Kwong looking for a way around there. Will he have the discipline to try and follow and try and see if he can get a clean run through? Meanwhile, further back there, that battle between 4th, 5th and 6th is absolutely fantastic. Mason going wide there, carrying the speed through. But Chinapat managing to close up the gap there. Brilliant bit of driving here. It's fantastic. The racecraft from these two drivers, they're absolutely thinking about what they're going to do ahead, not rushing in, not trying to do anything too silly, but coming out of the corner here, absolutely flat out through onto the top end. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, Mason has the pace advantage now. He's going to try to send it one down on the inside there. Decides against it. Like what Max said, discretion sometimes is part of valor. And Mason and Chinapat will look to fight another corner, but the gap is closing ever so slightly with every passing turn, and I believe it will be only a matter of time before Mason makes his move on Chinapat.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, despite this being known as a one-make race, obviously in karting it's a little bit different than it is in single-seater racing. You've got different chassis manufacturers in this sport as well, so the karts look very different. But the interesting thing for me is looking at the controls, because that's always something that's up to the driver's discretion. Mason's got a fairly large, perfectly round wheel there. Chinapat's got the more modern flat top variant, and it's really interesting to see their steering inputs. I just as a casual bystander, you'd think that Mason's got a slightly smoother steering input based on his racing lines, but when you look at the steering wheel, both drivers are working the steering wheel very, very hard indeed. And that's kind of the thing with these karts, with these micros, is they are fairly short wheelbase, so they do dance around a little bit if you're not careful.
Yeah, so what Max just said in layman's term, for the average human being that does not speak motorsports, is that these karts are quite twitchy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what it means is that they're extremely great to drive, and throwing them into a turn is nothing short of satisfactory. But what that means is that you have to be really smooth on the controls, and this definitely will shape the future driver of tomorrow to help them drive the bigger cars even better. But until then, we're looking at the battle between that is Jirak and also Kalen Delsey. And you know what? Out of that thing, the winner is Arutran Prabhu, and he's now passed into P4.
Yeah, just as we were talking about all that sort of stuff, Arutran very, very sneakily joined into that battle between Jiraj and Kalen Delsey. A little bit of a mistake from a couple of them later on in there, and it gave the opportunity for Arutran to jump ahead. Meanwhile, the battle right at the start between right at the front of the field between Chinapat and Kwong, it's starting to go the way of Chinapat a little bit. He's starting to pull out a gap there. Mason's sort of counter-attack is a little bit further back. You can see he's got a lot of rotation in that car, which might be hurting him a little bit longer into the race. Even in these karts, getting temperature to the tires and also just getting your fitness. Inevitably throughout the course of the race, again, these are very physical things to drive a race car. Throughout the course of the race, if you're not careful, you can lose focus, and you can get a little bit tired, and when you get tired, you lose your focus, you lose your concentration, and you could make just the tiniest of errors, an error that you or I couldn't see, and that could slow him down a little bit there. And I think that's what happened to Mason, who's usually very, very quick here. He's actually hanging on still a little bit. I think it's going to go back and forth for quite some time here.
But the gap has definitely opened up ever so slightly between Mason and Chinapat. Chinapat, they're clocking in a lap time of 56.18. And you know the interesting thing? They both, actually Chinapat and Mason, set the same exact lap time that other lap compared to the one before them.
Absolutely,
Exact
they're
same.
matching it step by step there. Obviously, one of them is going to have to try and pull something out of the bag in order to get out of that deadlock. But as you can see there, the battle between 44 and 35 right now, that is still Jirash and Caleb Delsey. A very entertaining battle. We've only got a couple more laps to go there. Coming down towards the braking zone here. They're
no
going to
gap,
tackle.
wow.
Oh, fantastic bit of driving there to get through. It looked for sure from our camera angle that it was going to be contact there, but they managed to keep it going. 44 still ahead of 35. Jirash still ahead of Kalen right now. This battle for 5th place, but it is absolutely one that they do not want to lose.
And look at that, as Kalen is now fired up properly. He wants to get the move done for sure. He's going to go on the offense now as Jira goes on the defense on the inside line there. Now Kalen has the wider line, takes the position, but will he be able to hang it around the corner? And now it's a drag race down again onto Mickey Mouse Complex with Jira out in front.
And that's given Nutsarang a chance to actually close up that number 9 garage complete car that's joined into the battle here. And again, that's the trouble when you're battling for lap after lap after lap. You give an opportunity for someone who's really concentrating on their racing line to close up the gap. And now this 2-kart battle has turned into an absolutely fantastic 3-kart battle. 11 laps out of 12. This could all change in the midfield right now. In the lead at the moment there, kart number 78, Chinapat of DT Motorsports. In second place, number 29, Mason Kwong in the DRM Racing Team machine is about 7/10 of a second back. This is the final lap, and this is where all the action is. There's a spin there. Nutsarang really pushing hard onto the inside there, but unfortunately just spun. You can see he was right on the limit of grip, and again, with these shorter karts, it really does train you very well, because if you get it too sideways, you go right the way around.
Yeah, so that's clearly a braking spin, short half spin around, and Nutsarang manages to recover it, but now drops to absolutely plumb last in the grid, in the slots, in the placement, as we look at our race leader here now. Since the mid part of the race, he has been absolutely dominant. He has been calm, collected, and is driving perfectly as he comes across to take the start-finish line. Hands pumping. This is it, the win. Chinapat takes the checkered flag.
And he had to work really well for that one. Absolutely brilliant bit of racing. He had to keep his nerves cool. You can see the elation inside that cut. All I can say is congratulations to Chinapat. He had to work for that one.
Yes, indeed. And also, as they cross the line, number 3, Tan Touch, as he's quite happy to have finished in 3rd position there. So a podium placing for him as of the finals, Micromax finals. And you are looking at the race winner there, jubilant as he takes his victory lap. The 78 car of Chinapat, DT Motorsports, taking the race win and giving his teammate Tan Touch a hand tap.
Absolutely there. Chinapat in first position there. 7/10 of a second ahead of Mason Kwong. Tantaj in 3rd position, Aruthran in 4th, Jirash in 5th, Kalen Delsey in 6th place with Eshan in 7th, and Nutsarang in 8th position, and Saif Zul in 9th place. Absolutely brilliant bit of racing from all the drivers there. There was a couple of moments there that got really hairy, and I would say even the senior guys in that same position, you know, it's 50-50 whether you get through cleanly, but these guys showed a lot of good racing, a lot of good racecraft. You know, the future of karting is good in these hands.
I do think so. So let's go to the highlights as we take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the next category that will be Minimax Finals.
And we're going to be back here for the Mini Max Finals. Now, this has been a fantastic race to watch there. I know there's only 5 karts out there on the field, but what we lack a little bit in quantity, we make up in quality big time. So this is going to be an absolutely amazing race there for these kids. And as you can see there, they are pumped up and ready to go. We have Tanawarat, Pirapongpan, Patapol, Chayakorn, and Papasathon.
Yeah, so I think there we have it. These are the drivers there. So brilliant race suits. Just taking a quick picture before we all hop onto the cart there. So we have Pirapongpan there in the Singha suit. We have Papasathon, Chayakorn, Tanawarat, and Patapol. 5 drivers line up for the Minimax Finals. All 12 laps of it.
And there we have it. A few more pictures to immortalize themselves, and we will be on our way to the karts. This is the sort of the jog where you're just sort of thinking to yourself, especially as a young driver. Partially you're thinking about what you're going to do. A little bit of a briefing, a top-up briefing there on the start-finish line is very important, that they listen to the instructions as they go through. Again, a part of this whole series for both the minis and the micros is just learning the process of racing. So it's absolutely fantastic that they're getting all of this extra information before they start.
So, yep, lovely pep talk there. And everyone's getting ready to go. And I believe these are the 2 that will be starting from the front of the grid there. Some last-minute briefing. I would assume it's about, holding the line, coming out of the last turn there and getting into formation before we start the race.
Absolutely.
Some words of advice there.
Yeah, and they pull aside the 2 front row drivers there to make sure that they understand exactly what they need to look out for. They not only need to look at their position on the track, but they have to look at the lights, ensure that they're on, and then they've got to check the marshal as well to make sure he's going green instead of yellow, and they have to make sure that it's clean start as well. So that's the kind of things that are going through a driver's heads, especially on the grid there. Now a final chat with their mechanics and perhaps with a couple of their driving coaches, and it's going to be off they go. Lots of smiles there, so that's a good thing to see from these drivers there. You don't want to see them sort of covered away.
There you go there, Chayakorn Minakanith in P4 and getting ready to go.
And you have to see there Papasathon, kart number 105, bringing up the rear. Although I have to say, this is another one of those races where you can pretty much throw a blanket over the entire field and cover all the drivers there. Okay, the 3-minute board is out. You can hear the final horn. Only the mechanics are allowed on the grid from this point on. They're getting the kart started. We can hear it in the background. Last couple of pictures, last couple of sweeping shots there. We've had a fantastic broadcast this time, I have to say. Shout out to all of the crew who are bringing this race to you here at Sepang International Kart Circuit, as well as with all of our media partners.
Yes, so that's a great day to go about. I think 1 minute more to go. Mechanics will now leave the grid as well as we almost embark on our formation lap to start the race. I can't wait.
Absolutely. The last board they will see is a 30-second board. The last little check. The worst thing on the starting grid, from my experience, especially when you're a younger driver and you tend to buy a little bit of a bigger suit so you can grow into it, is those sleeves. Those sleeves always get you.
Yeah, I think it does. All right, there we go. So it's time for us to go racing as our racers now go on and embark.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've been told to perhaps maybe push the pace a little bit to try and get some temperature into the karts. The last superheat that they had was a little bit I wouldn't say it was sketchy or anything like that, but you could see the carts were sliding around a little bit. So perhaps they're just trying to get some temperature into it. Perhaps they're trying to also push the pace and get to the start grid quickly enough. They will have to slow down just before the final corner in order to line themselves up 2 by 2 and go for the race start. But we have fantastic. We have our pole sitter Tanawarat, Pirapongpan in second. We have Patapol in third, with Chayakon in fourth, and we have Papasaton all alone in road 3 in fifth.
That's right. So as we get ready for the race start, thank you, Max, for the rundown there. Can't wait to get this group started here. So we have 5 carts, like what Max said. Definitely for the lack of quantity that we have here, we make up for in absolute quality. So we have all 5 rolling and getting ready to start. And I think that's Patapol Porsche giving the hands. Go ahead, let's get this thing started.
Absolutely. They are crawling up to the line there. There's a little bit of gamesmanship happening here. They want to open up a bit of a gap before they go on to the start there. So they are crawling right now. Wow, this is absolutely one of the slowest kart starts I've seen in a long time. The lights are on. They are in the tram lines. This should be good to go. But it's all about being smart about it. Big jump there from the back to front. That is amazing stuff indeed. We're not sure if he actually went at the right time there, but that was a very intelligent driving there. A little bit of gamesmanship at the start there, but it looks like we've got ourselves a leader. The second place kart now is Pirapongpan.
And that was a great start just now. I believe that was Tanawara. Sorry, that was Papasaton. That was Papasaton with a great start there, but since then he's fallen back to third position behind Tanawarat and Pirapongpan.
Yeah, so our top 3, Tanawarat, Pirapongpan, and Papasaton. Absolutely fantastic start there. A little bit of gamesmanship. That must have been one of the slowest starts that these guys have done here. They were barely walking pace.
Yes.
Not too sure what they were talking about during the briefing, but
quite an interesting brief, I must say.
The next briefing might involve a little bit of a hurry up there. But in any case, we are underway, and we are heading down towards the first bend here. All line astern right now. It's all going to be just trying to look for the space there. Oh, a nice little pick me up there. 119. That is Chayakon, who lost the position there, I think, to Patapol briefly, and he's lost it again, actually, coming through the Mickey Mouse section there. So a couple of position changes towards the back of the field there, and a couple of gesticulating arms there as they're going through.
Yes, and I believe if I'm reading it correctly, it's basically Patapol Porsche saying that, yo, let's focus on the guys in front. Let's not fight amongst ourselves and let's go get the guys in front.
Yeah, it is very tempting to get into a battle at the back of the field and slow yourselves down to a point of some slight embarrassment. But again, if you do it smart, you can keep the speed up all the way through. You can see there a lot of non-verbal communication going on there into turn 1. But we have Tanawarat there still in first place for DT Motorsports. In second place, Pirapongpan in Singa Motorsports Machine, 109. And in 105 in third place is Papasaton. Very, very tight, actually, in terms of timing there, especially between Tanawara and Pirapong. 0.2 seconds.
Considering the fact that Papasaton started plumb last, P5, and he really poked his head out during the start there and almost took the lead in the race, I would say. That would be a really good result. But here we go. Patapol is coming through once again. The 165 just overtook the 105 on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say that is one of the cleverest plays I've seen all day. They slowed down, the front row slowed down the field so much that someone was going to get caught out, and it looked like the rest of the field was almost asleep there. I'm not sure even if it was a jump start or not. There was so big of a gap there. It didn't look like it to me. I saw the flag go as he went. So from my point of view, again, I'm not a judge of fact by any stretch of the imagination, but it looked to me like that start was clean. So that was smart.
It looked very clean. It looked like what happened was the leaders were not expecting the green flag to come out so soon.
Yep.
It certainly seemed like they were waiting for them to approach the grid, the start line, the start finish line before the green flag flew in their faces. But then suddenly it just came out and off went Papasathorn, and then off he shot almost into the lead, but has now dropped back to P4.
Yeah, and now we have this fantastic battle between Pierpont and Patapol, second and third position there, and it looks like he might be able to get another overtaking maneuver there. Is he going to do? He's going to do it coming into the second hairpin. Beautiful cut back there. They're going to go side by side, and it looks like advantage Patapol coming into the Mickey Mouse section there. He's going to hang Pierpont out to dry there, but he manages to keep the kart going. Beautiful overtaking maneuver there. Beautiful bit of driving from those four drivers. Unfortunately, it slowed them up a bit, given the advantage to Tanawara, but these guys are absolutely on it right now. Side by side going through the back half of the track right now. They are touching, they are sliding, they are cutting grass, and it looks like 119 managed to get through there.
Yes, that is Papasathorn there being, deploying the very expensive ROTAX lawnmower onto the grass there, taking a bit of grass with him as he goes across the line there, and there is a position change at the front as well. Patapol taking that place from Pirapongpan, and Papasathorn dropping back. But here we go. This is Chayakorn fighting Pirapongpan for third place. This is for podium places, and only 6 out of 12 laps done here. We still have more than half the race to go.
Absolutely, and the racing is getting better rather than it is getting worse. Usually towards the end of these finals, you tend to get the drivers to string out. We do see that a little bit with Tanawarat, but the rest of the guys are close enough to have a right battle, and it's going to be great fun for them out there on track, and that's the main thing. It's really hard to perform well if you're not having fun out there, and it looks like these guys are definitely getting creative with their moves, especially with Pirapongpan and Chayakorn. Looking around there, you can see another sign there. We'll have a look at the gaps as they come through, but between first and second is 1.112 seconds there between Tanawarat and Patapol. Pirapongpan is 0.29 seconds ahead of Chayakorn, so 2/10, almost 3/10 ahead of Chayakorn right there, and Papasathorn is not that far behind, and again another 4 or 5 tenths in it, so very, very close indeed. Especially that back three. It's going to be very entertaining to see how they get through the race here.
Yeah, so Papasathorn, after deploying the ROTAX lawnmower there across the grass there, has suddenly picked up pace. So now he's chasing down Chayakorn and also Pirapongpan. Pirapongpan has lost pace since today's superheat actually, and seems to have not been able to recover his pace at the moment. And Patapol is pushing on to try and catch Tanawarat at the front there. He has the fastest lap time of purple lap time basically for Patapol, and the 165 kart is looking to close the gap to the leaders, 0.7 seconds to the leader only, and at one point Patapol was even running fourth. So great recovery, strong drive from Patapol. Another 5 more laps to go. Will be 4 the next time they cross the line, but I think this is a battle on for Patapol and Tanawarat.
Absolutely. 7/10 of a second there on the last lap. And it looks like Patapol has the fastest lap of the race the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.519, which is going some for a mini-max around this track here. Like, I know these guys are a little bit lighter, but the karts are different, and the tuning is also different as well. Coming across the line there, we'll see what the gap comes out as. It's gone lower. 54.477 is now the lap record for the race there. Patapol getting faster there. It's only 0.6 of a second. Meanwhile, further back there, that battle between Pirapongpan and Chayakorn is getting really toasty indeed, going in through the Mickey Mouse section and onto that back half of the track there. I think it looks like they're shaping up for a move here.
Yeah, Pirapongpan always glancing back, trying to catch a glimpse on where Chayakorn is, and you can see how close they are, obviously because Pirapongpan is now feeling the stress that's coming behind him. The green Stratos kart right behind him is going to press him into a mistake he's going to try.
Absolutely, they are close to each other. 109 plays 119. The pit signals are going all the way through there. Fantastic bit of driving there, and it's close up in the front too. We've got 2 battles coming down towards the braking zone there. And Pirapongpan getting very defensive there. The 109 car trying to put it in places that make life difficult for that 119. Chayakon looking for a way around. He's going to have to go around the outside of Pirapong coming into the braking zone here. They go side by side, but it looks like he lost a bit of pace there. So Chayakon lost a bit of pace there, and it looks like that might have opened the things up for Papasaton. Coming down towards the braking zone here. They're going to go 3 wide in the background there.
Oh, look at that. Chayakon is now dropped to P5. And Papasaton came back to take P4. He's going to chase down Pirapongpan now.
Absolutely fantastic bit of racing there. And meanwhile, in the lead, we've got 0.2 of a second between Tanawara and Patapol. This is going to go all the way to the end. 3 laps to go right now. And it's just going to be when. It's a case of when, if not if, they're going to make a move. There's definitely going to be a move made right now. 177 in the lead there. The difference as we went across the line there was 0.167. Less than 0.2 of a second there. He's just about close enough he can read the serial number on that engine ahead of him.
And he's reading it, bro.
Yeah, and Patapol coming onto the braking zone here. I think he's just going to have to be patient here. If you can get him on the last lap, especially coming onto the back half of the track there, it's going to be really difficult to give up that position.
You know, if I'm a betting man, my bet would be on Patapol right now. It was so cool just now. Tanawara just turned his helmet around and looked at him, and he's like, yo, hands up. Chill, bro. Go ahead. And don't worry, I'm here. So what? It's either mind games or they are extremely great friends, you know. So anyway, here we go. The last lap of the Minimax category, and it's Tanawara against Patapol for the race lead there. 0.245. Patapol is going to slowly find his way around Tanawara, but will he make it in time to end this race? Let's take a look now.
Yeah, we're going through the Mickey Mouse section. That's one place where you can possibly make a maneuver work. Coming out of here, and the braking zone into 5, 6, and 7 here.
Oh,
this
it's
braking zone,
It's getting close. He's going to go on the inside, is he?
He's not quite able to do it, just not far enough in. Perhaps not quite able to get the confidence on the brakes. So it's going to be really hard right now. They're going through the corners there, and I can tell you one thing: you play the mind games even harder when it's a good friend out on track.
I can see that. He's going to try to go on the inside there. One last chance here for Patapol. Now it's going to be a drag race onto the final straight here. Who's going to take the win? Is it going to be Tanawara? Is it going to be Patapol? They cross the line. It is Patapol who takes the win. Is it? Oh, it's Tanawara.
That was too close to call. We had to wait for a second there. The gap is 0.028. One of the closest finishes we have yet to see in a final. Tanawara by a hair from Patapol. Unbelievable bit of driving from both drivers there. That was the last chance to make a maneuver stick, and you have to give it to Patapol. He tried it all through that final lap. Absolutely amazing.
Incredible. While he might have finished second, he's first in my mind. Definitely a well-fought drive, and what a result. Provisional results for Minimax Finals. Tanawara, Patapol, Pirapongpan, Papasathorn, and Chayakon there. And the difference between Tanawara and Patapol is only 0.02 of a second. Incredible there.
Well, I have been watching quite a few. I've watched quite a few karting races in my time. I've been in quite a few of them. But it's been a long time since we've seen a photo finish like that. 0.028. This has easily been the most exciting final. We could hear the crowds cheering for Tanawara, cheering for Patapol. This has been absolutely amazing.
So thank you so much, and congratulations to all Minimax Finals. Let's take a look at the highlights.
And we are back. Right now, we are getting ready for Junior Max finals. And this was a great superheat that we had earlier on. So this is going to be a very interesting race indeed. A little bit of a bigger field. But then again, you saw that last race. I still can't get over that Mini-Max race.
That was a great move. I must say, it was a supremely good move from basically Patapol, right? On the last turn, his last chance to absolutely send it down the inside, and inside he did. So he took the inside line there, and eventually it became a drag race down to the start-finish line. And basically Tanawara just taking it by a hair.
Yeah.
So that was really close, really exciting, and really good racing all around.
Absolutely. And to think we have even more dramatic racing in store for us. If you remember from yesterday, Mika Slabbert and Hamish Campbell are going to be going off the grid first and second. Pumsit is third for Singer Motorsports. Kian Shah is fourth place for Stratus RL. All of these drivers can be so good on their day, but it's between Mika and Hamish, at least for the opening part of the race there. And, well, I suspect we're going to see some fireworks, some brilliant racing.
It is, after all, none other than the final. So, yes, fireworks are expected, and 20 laps of racing will be held here. And I think this will be not only a race of speed, but also a race of attrition to see who tires out first, which driver loses focus first, and which one will make the least mistakes is probably the one that's going to bring home the final win with them. So there you have it. Your first pole man is Mika Slabbert, followed by Hamish Campbell, both from the same team, Stratos RL. And we have the rest of the grid behind them ready to pounce as well. We have Humsit Klomanjong from Singha Motorsports Thailand, and he's moved up into the Junior Max category now. And of course, next to him is 256. We have Kian Shah in the Stratos RL B-Rail Art chassis.
Yeah, and we can see there the drivers, I think, having a little bit of quiet confidence there. Sahil Singh there in the Stratus RL machinery, just keeping himself relaxed and getting himself in the zone before they start there. Nadol in fifth position in the 235. Yeah, that's Nadol there, getting himself relaxed and in position. 257 there, that's Sahil Singh. There we go, that's a Stratos car. And brilliant to see him out and about as well. Again, a lot of quality in this field there, even towards the back there. These are guys that are going to be quite quick. Tus, again, fantastic bit of entertainment we had from him in the superheat. So he's going to be one to look out for. And 277 there is Daing Abdul Rahman, who a little bit unlucky perhaps to be in this position. He's got the pace, he can push it further up the field. But you could say that about everyone, can't you?
Yes, of course. I mean, this is, after all, an elite grid. But perhaps out of this grid at the moment, perhaps one of the most unluckiest out there earlier is Ng Jun Yik, going up, progressing really well until a somewhat of a technical issue slowed him down ever so slightly. And here Xavier Fabrizio Santoso is here rounding up the grid at P10 with the card number 265. So we're all on the grid now. The siren is out, and we are approximately 5 more minutes actually to the race start now.
Yeah, so all the hangers on and the coaches and everything will be heading towards the pit area right now. It'll just be the mechanics to make sure that those carts fire up safely, and then we'll be on our way. And I have to say, it's a really nice mix of driving styles out there. But the headline act is still going to be that front row. That is such an explosive front row there. Both driving for Stratos RL, Mika Slabbert in pole position, Hamish Campbell in second place. Both of these gentlemen do not want the other to win. They want to take home the trophy themselves. It's going to be a hard-fought race between those two drivers. But again, Pumsit is very quick. Kian Shah is very quick. Nadol was very entertaining as well. And we have yet to see the most out of Tus Mongsiri and Daing Abdul Rahman as well. So there's an awful lot of potential on this grid. It's going to be amazing.
So let's just let it sit for a moment now and take it all in as we prepare for the Junior Max Finals. 1 minute is out. The board for 1 minute is out. All mechanics are now requested to leave the grid, leaving the drivers to ruminate in their own thoughts before they then power down the main straight and make their way around for the formation lap, which is going to happen right about now. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the bit that always used to get me, sitting on the grid and just ruminating, thinking about your thoughts. It's very easy to think yourself into a mistake on the first lap. You've got to stay calm. You've got to be super focused right now. We'll have a look at the grid there. Mika Slabbert in pole position with Hamish Campbell in second place. It's a Stratos RL 1-2 front row lockout. And in third position we have Pumsit of Singa Motorsports Team Thailand, Pumsit Klombunjong in the 264 machine. Kian Shah is in fourth place for Stratos RL as well. Row 3 we have Nadol Imjit Panya, WK Motorsports 235, and Sahil Singh 257 in number 6. And in row 4 we have Tus Muangsiri and Daing Abdul Rahman. A fantastic driver, but a little bit further back there. Eung Jun Yik is in row 5 for Ace Motion, and Xavier Fabrizio Santoso for ZNC Corp rounds out our field.
So here we go for the formation lap there. We're about to end the lap and start the race. There's 20 laps to go. This is the Junior Max Finals. This is the final time that these 10 racers will be out in anger this weekend. Of course, they will be back for more. But until then, this will be the final race as we prepare for the race. I'll hand it over to you, Max.
Absolutely. We're going absolutely flat out into the start of the race there. There's a big crash. Two karts have spun all the way around there. A little bit of a mess into turn 1. But it looks like, we're trying to see there, it looks like Hamish is in second place there. We see a lot of signals coming in to the Mickey Mouse section there. There was 3 karts that went around there, but it looks like it's the green machine there ahead of the red one.
So at the front of the grid there, Mika Slabbert and Hamish Campbell got away cleanly, and up to P4 is still status quo with Plumsit Klomunjong leading away from Kian Shah, but some action there in the midfield and some collisions there, jumbling up the midfield pack.
Absolutely, you can see there Kian Shah putting a lot of pressure on Pumsit right now. This is the battle for third position, and meanwhile we can see there just a little bit of a duck coming through there. Mika is still in first place, Hamish is in second, Pumsit is in third, and Kian Shah is in fourth. Let's have a look at the replay here. A really messy replay for a couple of the drivers, really messy start, for a couple of the drivers there. And it looks like they just collected each other. That's 4 karts involved in that incident. Almost the entirety of the last 2 rows there that got caught up zigging instead of zagging.
Yes, zigging instead of zagging instead. So one's involved on Nadol Imjit Panya. So as per what you predicted, interesting indeed. And Eung Jun Yik as well, definitely affected by the crash earlier out there.
Again, it's very, very easy to try and win the race on the first lap, but you just can't do that. You've got to try and keep it clean. Otherwise, you will get into those situations there. And that's the other advantage of qualifying further up. If you have a bad qualifying position, you might end up being a victim of someone else's accident. That's going to be very difficult. Sahil Singh managing to get himself up to 6th position over the course of that last lap. But it's still Mika Slabbert, 0.2 of a second away from Hamish Campbell and Pumsit in third. 7/10 behind the leader and 5/10 behind Hamish there. Kian Shah putting a lot of pressure on the top 3.
Yes. Okay, so there you go. There you have it. It's now lap number 3 with Hamish Campbell now putting down the pressure on Mika Slabbert there. He clocked a lap time of 52.496. The absolute jumbled around order of Mika Slabbert, 52.694 there. So very, very close there. Hamish Campbell putting in the pressure now. The race roles are reversed this time around. In the superheat, it was Hamish Campbell up in front with Mika Slabbert in P2. Eventually, Mika put down the pressure and took the position. Will we see a repeat of the same thing happening today?
Well, we'll have a look at that last lap. Hamish Campbell managing a 52.347. Mika Slabbert only being able to do a 52.354. So the gap has gone down in 0.236 seconds right now between first and second place. Pumsit still holding a watching brief. He's actually getting a little bit closer, but not by enough. Very, very close. The top three have done a 52.3 and the fourth place man Kiansha a 52.5. This is absolutely very, very close indeed. And the fascinating part for me is just watching the body language of the cards going through the corners. That's four very different driving styles going very, very similar paces.
Yes, indeed. And the current biggest winner at the moment is none other than Daing Abdul Rahman. He's now in P5 actually, coming back up from the back of the grid to be in the mid-pack now. Let's see where he can go from here. But the battle for the front is continuing on. And this time Mika is responding with the fastest ever lap time set here, a 52.033 this time around this session.
Absolutely, that is the fastest lap of the race there and an absolute flyer. But he had to because Hamish Campbell came out with a 52.127. He's got to push really hard indeed. Pumsit, Klambunjong, Singha Motorsports, 52.246. Also very quick indeed. And even Kian Shah, 52.6.
52.6, yes.
Yeah, there we go. 52.6. I'll get me reading glasses out. Quarter of a lap to go. Quarter of the race gone. 3/4 of the race to go there. 15 laps to go. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a battle right now between 257 and that is 277.
So that's Sahil Singh being chased by Daing Abdul Rahman there. I believe earlier in the phase of the race, Sahil Singh passed Daing Abdul Rahman, and now Daing Abdul Rahman is trying to get back at Sahil Singh for that role.
Yeah, like I was saying, Daing was doing very well for himself there. He was just a little bit unlucky to be that far back in the grid, but you can see he was trying to push. Now he's having that battle between Sahil Singh. This could go quite well. Kian Shah a little bit on his own there right now. He's 8/10 away from the cart ahead of him, but the cart behind him is 1.2 seconds back. So Kian Shah sort of has to run his own race and hope that the top three get into a battle for him to be in contention of this race. But having said that, Mika Slabat and Hamish Campbell, they're still trading fastest times. Right now it's a 51.841, fastest lap of the race from Mika Slabat. And Hamish Campbell's response was a 51.979. The gaps open up to 0.5 of a second there. The race not quite developing to Hamish Campbell's liking there.
Yes, I think so too. Half a second away now. But that being said, there's still another 14 more laps to go. More than half the distance left in this race for Hamish Campbell to finally lay down his pace and show everyone here what he's all about. But at the moment, Mika Slabat is doing a great job leading it away up in front there with the 215 car there. Once again, crossing the line to set a lap time that is incredibly fast as well. Another fastest lap of 51.824. The fastest lap record here is dropping with every single lap that they basically do.
Yes, they are pushing the pace hard right now, 51.824. That is a quick lap time. That is the fastest lap of the race there on lap 7. And the response is very close indeed. So it's only 0.02 of a second difference between their two best laps. So absolutely exciting stuff indeed, but they're still holding firm. The gap is still half a second. It's still going to be a bit too much for Hamish to try and catch up to Mika. In third place there, we have Pumsit. He's actually dropped back a fair bit there, 1.5 seconds, about a second behind Hamish there. So really, the pack that was 4 carts deep has now dropped to 3 and is now dropping to 2, and it's going to be between the two Stratos RL carts as to who's going to win.
And as we speak there, Hamish Campbell just set the fastest lap on the last lap alone, dropping the gap from 0.5 to now 0.481 is Hamish Campbell, keeping Mika Slabat honest for now and still within striking distance. But will this happen for long? Will this continue to be this way as they battle on into lap 9th of this race here?
It is absolutely fascinating right now what's happening out there. It's it's turned into a little bit of a tactical race. It's all about trying to match the pace of the car ahead of you. 51.780 is a hell of a lap to go around here. Let's see what sort of lap times they managed this time around. It looks like, is that still 51.78? That is absolutely fantastic stuff indeed. But, oh no, it's a 51.8 from Mika Slabbert. That plays a 52.0 from Hamish Campbell. Hamish dropping the pace quite a bit there. We're at the halfway point of the race there, and that's 0.7 of a second between Mika and Hamish. And you can't give Mika a gap that big without him taking full advantage of that.
Yes, and it is about the halfway point to this race now. Perhaps some fatigue is kicking in right here. Now, bear in mind, every single lap is about close to 52 seconds there. And if you multiply that by 10, that means it's about 5 minutes of extreme, intense racing that has already gone on and will go on for the next half of this race. And I cannot wait to see what kind of gaps, what kind of pace do our racers still have in them after all this time.
Yeah, this is going to be 15 to 17 minutes of pure adrenaline going through there. And you can't back off even for a little bit. You can see there Hamish is being punished a little bit by Mika. It's 0.9 of a second, the gap right now. 51.8 from Mika Slabbert and 52.0 from Hamish Campbell. But the gaps are so small. The difference in pace is so small. They're fighting for every single tenth, sometimes every single hundredth of a second to try and get that pace back.
Yeah, so Sahil Singh now, we're looking at the car 257, is still ahead of Dayan Abdul Rahman at 227. As we now refocus the attention on the front of the grid, we just saw Hamish and Pumsit flew past, and Mika is putting down the pace one more time there, setting the fastest lap of 51.722. At the moment, he is your P1 sitting man and also the fastest cut on track.
Absolutely brilliant to get a 51.732. We are in the middle of the day right now. It's going to be just about as warm as it gets out there. And as you can see, just the sun beaming down on the track there. That's not going to be good for tires. You're going to lose a little bit of grip when you're outside of the tires' operating temperature. Perhaps that's where Mika's advantage lies, just being able to keep those tires alive for as long as possible. We're looking at 277 Dayan Abdul Rahman. Like I said, he was very exciting earlier on this weekend. A little bit further back than he would like to be, but he still has the ability, he still has the pace to try and close back up. 52.266 for Sahil Singh there, 52.192 for Dayan. So there is still chance for him to climb back up to the leaderboard on his own track. But right now you can see there, Hamish has dropped back a fair way. It's just those tenths. 1/10, 2/10 every single lap, and now before you know it, he's 1.5 seconds.
1.5 seconds there. So 15 tenths dropped over basically a combination of few laps there is Hamish Campbell. And now Mika Slabbert is now comfortably in the lead there with only 8 more laps to go. The next time they cross the line now will be 7 more laps to go. It looks like this is pretty firm and pretty locked in from Mika Slabbert.
Yeah, brilliant bit of driving there. And again, another 0.2 of a second. He's just chipping away at the lead, making it bigger and bigger and bigger. And Hamish hasn't been able to turn the afterburners on and really go for it. We're coming into the last quarter of the race now. He's got to try and find some way to reply to that pace there. They both did similar lap times on the last lap. 51.859 there for Mika Slabbert, 51.988 for Hamish Campbell. But if every single lap you're dropping a tenth or even a hundredth over the course of the race, it opens it up into what we see here, 1.7 second gap, which is starting to look more and more unlikely to be beaten. 215 there is on screen. Mika Slabbert, very, very comfortable lead there. He's got the race under control.
I would agree, he has the race under control as he crosses the line, and once again his lap times are quicker than Hamish in P2. So yes, I do agree with you, he has the race under full control there. The race leader 215 of Mika Slabbert.
You can see there, brilliant bit of driving. It's fascinating to see how quickly these karts can turn nowadays compared to what we would have seen back in the day.
What would be the biggest difference, Max?
I would have to say just the handling and the preparation. The main thing, actually, I would say, is not even to do with the kart, but it's the level of preparation. We are seeing karting teams nowadays that are so professional. They wouldn't look out of place in a major international car racing championship. Whereas back in the day, it used to just be, a couple of mechanics, a tent, and a little bit come as you are sort of thing. But nowadays, the level of professionalism in karting is absolutely astonishing. And you can see it translates to the product on track. The karts go faster, they handle better, the drivers are trained much better. And the whole sport has just gone to this new world of professionalism.
I like what you said, that professionalism, right? So that shows that we have a lot more to go. We have a lot more distance to put on, and we have a lot more to improve on, especially in this sport here in Malaysia. And I do believe that with the RMC Asia Trophy here coming back once again here, we are looking at a good place for the karting scene in Malaysia. But at the moment, as of lap 16 out of 20, it's not looking very good for Hamish Campbell, is it?
Yeah, it's 1.9 seconds. Once it goes over 2 seconds, that gap, it's going to be a bit of a mental block. It's not looking good for Hamish. But then again, crazier things have happened. We've seen parts fall off carts. We've seen spark plugs getting fouled. We've seen all sorts of stuff there. 201, Hamish Campbell, he knows it. He's ducking his head more in disgust than for aerodynamics through that corner. He knows he's lost the race there. He desperately wanted to beat Mika, just as much as Mika wants to beat Hamish. Of course, the first person you want to beat is your teammate.
Yes.
And when you're both at the front of the field, it can be a little bit disheartening.
Sure, I can agree with that. So basically here, the gap is now 2.21 for Hamish Campbell as of the last lap. And this time when they cross the start-finishing line, this time around we will see the actual gaps once again. But I have a feeling that Mika Slabbert is still putting on the pressure. And indeed, another fastest lap for Mika Slabbert, a 51.720, extending the gap between himself and Hamish to 2.4 seconds.
That is an absolutely unbelievable lap, 51.720. Considering the conditions, considering what's out there on track, he is absolutely turning the afterburners on. He's going for that lap record right now. I think he's very well aware of the gap he's got behind him. The crew are giving him signals to see how big the gap's opening up. He's going for that lap record as we speak there. Beautiful bit of driving. 2:15, Mika Slabbert, 2 more laps to go for him. Hamish is in second position there. Pumsit is in third place. The gaps are just opening up a little bit. Kian Shah in fourth, Sahil Singh in fifth, Daing in sixth, Tus in seventh place, Xavier in eighth, Nadol in ninth, and Ng in 10th.
So 2 more laps to go, and this is the penultimate lap. The next time to cross the line will be the final lap for the Junior Max. And Mika Slabbert looking really, really comfortable there. Hamish behind him, Pumsit behind him as well. All beyond touching distance of your current race leader, Mika Slabbert. So great move there, great drive. And let's see where we go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a story of pace, about managing the race, managing the tyres, managing everything you've got there, and just keeping the pressure on. That's how you win these sort of races there from the front. You cannot afford to back off on the pace there, but you cannot also overdrive the car and push yourself into a mistake. It's all about just trying to keep that pace as hot as possible whilst keeping the car going. You can see that he's almost lifting the wheels up as he's going through the corner again. That weight transfer is super important to manage on these karts, especially when you're a little bit of a smaller or a lighter body. But of course, the lighter body drivers do have a little bit of an advantage. They try and balance things out fairly well, I would have to say there. But I have to say, Mika Slabbert, 2.6 seconds that last lap.
That's right, as he comes across the final turn, almost the final turn that we are at now, turn number 8, and it's going into turn number 9 now. It will come towards turn 10, and he will be basically taking the checkered flag. Dominant victory from Mika Slabbert to win the finals of the Junior Max.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. 2.7 seconds, the gap between Mika Slabbert and Hamish Campbell. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. Pumsit Klompunjong in third position for Singer Motorsports. It's the Stratos RL 1, 2, 4 and 5 there. Kian Shah and Sahil Singh completing that almost sweep there from Stratos RL. The Singer Motorsports guys have to be very happy for that podium position there.
So they do represent. So Pumsit Klomanjong coming in with a third position to represent for Singha Motorsports. So let's take a look at the provisional results. Here we have congratulations once again to the dominant force, that is Mika Slabber taking home the win, followed by Hamish Campbell and Pumsit Klomanjong, followed by Kian Shah, Sahil Singh, Dain Abdurrahman, Tus Mongsiri, Xavier Fabrizio Santoso, Nadol Imjitpanya and Ng Jun Yik.
It's been an absolutely fantastic Junior Max final, a textbook way of driving through there. We'll be back with the DD2 karts in a bit, but for now, have a look at the highlights, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. And we're back. Max DD2 Masters. We are on our penultimate final for today. The karts are getting ready to go out onto the grid very, very shortly. We'll be underway in, I would say, about 6 or 7 minutes' time.
Yes, so stay tuned, stick to the channel. We'll be back with you soon. And if you don't have your speakers cranked up loud, I suggest you do it now, because these DD2 sounds like an angry mosquito that's a mixed merge hybrid with a bee as well. So they do sound angry, they do sound aggressive, and they are quick. So see you in a bit for the DD2 Max Masters finals coming soon.
And we are back up and running again. This is the penultimate race of the weekend right now, the penultimate final of the weekend. Again, a fairly short field, but a very exciting group of drivers. We saw earlier on here at the RMC Asia Trophy, Max DD2 Master Final. 20 laps on the scorecards there. And we, again, will actually be about, like I say, 6 or 7 minutes. We are actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good news.
So there you can see there. Okay, so there you can
So there you can see the drivers taking their pictures as they are about to get ready. Just enough time there to actually let you know of the rest of our schedule for the ROTAX Max Challenge Asia Trophy. Round 1 was at LYL in Sepang. We are in round 2 right now. LYL in Malaysia, Sepang in second round. And we've got 3 rounds to go. August 9th and 10th at Bira Karting Circuit in Thailand. September 20th to 21st for round 4 and October 11th to 12th. Both of those also at Bira Kart Circuit in Thailand, which I have to say is a really nice track if you haven't been there. Any of you rental kart guys out there, you should go and check that out. The prizes for the championship there, we've got tickets to the finals, the grand finals of ROTAX Max Challenge. For Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, first and second Max DD2's ticket as well. So it's really going to be down to this the final chance for all of these drivers to actually get in to the grand finals, which is going to be very, very spectacular indeed. So we definitely just cannot wait for those races at Bira Kart Circuit. Again, I've been lucky enough to go down there, albeit in rental karts, but that track's so much fun. It's just absolutely brilliant indeed.
It's a flowing track, right? So flows and ebbs and flows. It's a big circle, I would call it a big egg with a very technical middle section. So it's a very fun track, Bira, and I've been there once before. Had the privilege to join all of you guys there on the live stream as well as on the track side. They also have a very lovely control tower there at Bira and Pattaya. So that is near to Pattaya, near to Pattaya. So that's really, really good in terms of race management. And well, let's see if we can have some great racing there for the next few rounds. So we have round 3, 4, and 5 in Bira. But for now, today we are at round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a fantastic, we have a fantastic race for you right now. Again, another one of those slightly thinner field, but with a lot of quality. You can probably hear over the stream there the karts warming up. Not only these karts, but behind us we have the big ticket Senior Max race warming up as well. The klaxons have gone off, so all of the umbrella girls and the hangers-on and the great and the good of motor racing will have to get off the grid. It'll just be the drivers and the mechanics now, and the last few pictures to come.
Yep, that's right. So we have more to come now, as we have the next category, DD2 Max Masters Finals, that will be happening here, and we have all 5 drivers on the grid right now. Starting from Scott Howard, Roger Young, Ng Yi Dang Kenny, Chen Ping Hao, and Jeremy Nyam.
Yeah, there you go. There's your pole position. Your pole sitter for this final, Scott Howard. Absolutely brilliant bit of driving there. He was racing against Chen Ping Hao until that unfortunate little incident. But Chen Ping Hao still manages to get himself into second there. Is that 578? No, that's Roger Young. We do apologize. That's Roger Young in second position. Ng Yi Tan is in third place, the 532 kart. for Stratos RL. It's the Stratos 123 out there, and Chen Ping Hao in the FR Racing kart.
So manages to get the kart fixed in time for this race, and I believe, look at that, man, brand new tires, shiny.
Oh, Jeremy Nyam trying to go for it now. He had a little bit of a mistake going through the first section, actually into the first turn there. And as you can see, it isn't as easy as it looks, because you do have to turn the car quite a bit before you really commit on the brakes.
Yep.
So if there's a problem with the brakes, we heard a little bit of paddock gossip there that there was a problem with his brakes, wasn't it, that caused him into a spin. So no fault of the owner of the driver, and we know he was quick. So it'll be interesting to see what all 5 of these drivers can do at full throttle.
I think the most interesting thing to see is that now they all have obviously very nice tires, brand new shiny ones out there. This is going to be the final race as well, so of course all for it, and it's time to use that brilliant nice piece of rubber there on the floor to its maximum potential there. But Roger Young was walking away with the race earlier before this holding started, but now Scott Howard is in P1, and let's see if he can keep it that way as we end the formation lap and about to start the race. I'll pass it over to Max for the race start.
Yeah, absolutely. Chen Ping Hao will be looking to avenge his mistake earlier in the super heats. We are going for a start. Will they pass it off? No, they wave it off. They wave it off a little bit too much of a start. Of a breakaway on the start there, so we're going for another lap. One more lap to the formation there. I saw they were a little bit too high there. Scott was a little bit too
quick,
far
yeah,
ahead.
off the line, too quick off the line.
Yeah, it's really difficult because there's a little bit of give and take. Scott's got to control the pace. Roger and also Kenny also has to sort of manage the pace as well.
Yep.
And it really is the field that has to sort of come together for a start.
So there you go, there you have it. We are going for the second start here of the Max DD2 Master Final. Indeed, this is the first aborted start for this weekend's Sunday sessions. So during the finals, during the super heats, there were absolutely no restarts. And finally, we have one restart that we're going to have here for the final. Max DD2 Masters Final. They go into the tramline once again. I'll pass it over to you.
There we go, take 2. Will this be clean? It looks like it's going to be clean. It's green flags, and away they go, coming down towards turn 1 there. And it looks like Scott's managed to keep it in first position. Roger's in second place, and it looks like Chen managing to get himself to third place. Is that Chen? No.
That is Kenny Ng in third place there. Roger Young is still in P2, and Chen Ping Hao is in P4, dueling it out with Jeremy Nyam. Jeremy Nyam looking especially fighty out here with the new tires there. Don't want to miss out on the action there. It's Jeremy. He's going to go on to try and push on. And here we go. Already a battle at the front between Roger Young and Scott Howard there. And Scott absolutely leaving no room for Roger to come past here. He doesn't have to leave the room. By the way, he doesn't have to leave the room. So no room there. The door shut firmly in the face of Roger Young.
That was unbelievable stuff. In fact, I think there might have been a slightest bit of contact there between the two drivers. They're definitely having quite a bit of fun. 0.4 of a second on the timing screens, but that's not going to matter until a few more laps into the race there. They're still trying to find the rhythm. The tempo of the race is still developing as we go through. But Chen Ping Hao and Jeremy Nyam, I have to say, both of those drivers are a lot faster than it looks on screen. Jeremy had that problem earlier on, and Chen Ping Hao had to retire from the race after that incident in the super heats. So again, they're a little bit further back than the true pace might indicate. But we can see here, that is fantastic move there. 5:32, Kenny Ng holding off 5:67, Chen Ping Hao. Beautiful bit of driving there. This is going to be a nice three-way battle for third position, and it's well worth it to try and get that car into third place.
Now it's going to change. Everything's going to change as these DD2s are absolutely monstrous, powering down the main straight there with a 2-gear transmission there. And you can see Chen Ping Hao with a slight pace advantage. He's trying to close the gap, trying to go for the overtake on Kenny Ng. And this time around, he's still not been able to put down his foot and attack Kenny into Mickey Mouse. But nevertheless, what it has allowed Jeremy Nyam to really come close to the rest of them there, and basically made it a 3-card fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a fantastic situation right now. We may only have 5 cars, but we managed to split them up into 2 beautiful battles, 3 laps into this 20-lap race. It's a long race. They're going to have to try and keep their pace up. They're going to have to keep, most importantly with these karts, the consistency has to be there for them to battle all the way through the race there. Scott Howard is your leader, 0.2 of a second from Roger Young. We know how quick Roger is. Let's see what he can do coming out into the back there, into the Mickey Mouse section. Hard on the brakes there. Turning it in, getting very close indeed. I think it might not happen this lap. It might not even happen the next lap. But very, very soon, we're going to see some fireworks and perhaps a change in position there.
Yeah, an absolute great mental fortitude from Roger Young to recover from that setback yesterday where he had a technical issue sending him into retirement. But now Roger Young is hounding Scott Howard for the lead of the race here with another 17 more laps to go. It looks like this is going to be a repeat of the superheat where Roger and Scott gave us a good battle. And here we go. Roger is already on the move against Scott Howard there. And Roger this time around manages to basically just slot back in behind Scott as the attack is rebuffed by Scott.
Well, we saw earlier between Mika and Hamish what those tenths happen do. When you take just a tenth here or there all the way through, what that could do for you. Roger Young is doing that in reverse right now. He is 0.16 seconds behind it. He's close enough that he's going to be able to read the date of expiry on the back of that suit of Scott Howard right now, and it looks like it's going to be down to who can get the drive out of the final corner. And the fantastic part is that Kenny Young is actually going quite quickly.
Actually, he has just been overtaken by Jeremy Young. Jeremy Young is the new third position man, having overtaken both Ng Yi Tang and Chen Ping Hao in the same lap.
There you go. That is
so that points that something might have happened.
Yeah, it looks like they were chopping and changing positions. We're trying to look at the lap times there. Chen Ping Hao had a 54-second lap time, which is incredibly slow for the rest of the thing. Everyone is doing in the 50-second range. So to have a 54-second, I presume he must have made a mistake, either a driving error or mechanical or something must have gone wrong.
But look at that. Now Ng Yi Tang is hounding Jeremy Young for the final podium spot of this weekend. And this will be for the third place position finishing. Kenny Ng Yi Tang there is really giving it the beans to try to overtake Jeremy Young for that position.
Indeed. It's a little bit of a gap now between the top 2 and the bottom 3 at the moment. There's Scott Howard and Roger Young still going hammer and tongs. Roger has the ability to get, he has the pace as well. This is round 2 of the Tasman Challenge. He's going to go in on the inside. They touch, and he has to switch back. That was a fantastic switchback maneuver there from Scott Howard to keep the lead of the race, but that could have ended very differently. Both karts very loose in the braking.
I have nothing but words of admiration for both Scott and Roger out there. That was a great move from Roger, but an equally great defense from Scott as well to do the switchback and get back in front without having both parties out in the grass or worse in the wall. So that was a great move. Let's take a look at the replay. What a great move from Roger to send it on the inside first, and great awareness from Scott to just hang it on the outside, cut back in for the switchback, but that was a bit of a touch.
Yeah, Roger had a lot of opposite lock going through that corner there, and both incidents very easy for it to be a double incident, but they managed to keep it on track there, and they're still going 0.5 of a second, half a second there between Scott Howard and Roger Young. Roger's going to have to gather himself back up and go again. So who is it going to be? Is it going to be the defensive Scott Howard, or is it going to be the attacking driving style of Roger Young? Both karts very loose, both karts also very fast indeed. This is exciting stuff.
So we have 2 battles happening out on track right now, with Chen Ping Hao dropping behind, perhaps due to some issues the other lap around where he had a 54-second lap. But Jeremy Yam and Ng Yi Tang is duking it out for the final podium spot, where Scott Howard and Roger Young is fighting for the race win. 9 out of 20 laps completed. We have 4 more laps. More opportunities for attack. Let's see this time around what kind of racing line will Roger Young take in order to attack Scott Howard?
He is absolutely flying at the moment there, I can tell you that much. He is pushing that car very, very quickly. He gained a couple of tenths on the last lap after that overtaking attempt there, and it looks like he's closing up the gap here. 805 plays 50.7. Let's see what the lap times are coming across here. Both of them do a 50.71. Scott Howard 50.719 and Roger Young 50.715. The difference 0.4 of a second. It's still very, very close indeed. Meanwhile, we have that battle between Jeremy Nyam and Kenny Ng further back in the field there. That is the 532 of and these two guys have been actually nose to tail for a long time there. They're looking to set up a change of position.
Yes, I think that has been brewing for the longest time possible there. And these two are the closest battle that we see out there between the 5 carts here. We have Scott Howard up in front and Roger Young tailing him in the back there with Jeremy Nyam and Ng Yitang in the second battle. But just look at the horizon there, you can see Chen Ping Hao not completely gone. Actually, he was the fastest kart the last time around. He had the fastest lap time of 50.5 the last lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of coulda, woulda, shoulda with Chen Ping Hao, and a lot of it. He's had terrible luck all weekend. He's got the pace in order to be competitive with Scott and Roger, but unfortunately he's just not in that position. So it's unfortunate, but he can still have. There's still quite a lot of motor race left. Still quite a lot of a kart race
and
left
still,
to go.
and still take pride that he is currently the fastest man on the track right now.
Absolutely. Scott Howard and Roger Young pretty much on par with each other over the lap times. We're going to see what they do through here. And it looks like Scott Howard's managed a response. 50.7 from Scott Howard and 15.9 for Roger Young. So it's gone from 0.4 of a second to 6, almost 0.7 of a second there. Are we seeing a little bit of a fade from Roger, or are we seeing him back off and try and reassess his attack?
I don't quite know, but I'd wager that Roger is weighing his options right now. Where to pass, how to pass. Sit back, observe and see how do I attack my opponent so that he cannot counter-attack me and finally I can take his position.
Yeah, that is a smart thing to do, because as you could see there, they almost collided. Well, they almost took each other off, Scott Howard and Roger Young. It's just, again, very loose braking zone coming into there. We've seen earlier that overtaking attempts there tend to be quite sketchy coming through the corners there, but as again we'll see here, coming around towards the back and running up towards the Mickey Mouse section there, Scott Howard's managed to gain a little bit more. Oh no, they're giving it back now. It's literally back and forth every lap. Every time Scott's managed to get a little bit of a gap, Roger manages to pull it back the next lap. It's still 0.6 of a second. And it's still just ever so slightly coming through.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse game out here in front of the grid there between Scott Howard and Roger Young. But in third and fourth position, everyone is holding steady. And Jeremy Nyam is finally opening up a bit of a gap to Kenny Ng with a 0.7 seconds gap there. But happily trundling behind is none other than Chen Ping Hao.
Yeah, that is an interesting battle to keep an eye on as well. 5:33. Jeremy Nyam did not have all the luck on the first race. Again, that braking problem that he had definitely caused a few issues and led to that spin into the barrier there. So it wasn't really a very representative effort from Jeremy Nyam. It took me a second to get there, but I'll get there, guys.
Representative indeed. Yes.
Coming soon.
Yeah. We need some coca and fill in the blanks.
So yeah, Jeremy Nyam, I think this is much more what he's capable of. He's managed to bang out those 50-second lap times pretty evenly right now. He's 50.8, 820 that last lap there. His quickest is 50.632.
Oh, here we go. Chen Ping Hao with the attack on Kenny Ng, and Chen Ping Hao takes that position, goes up into fourth place, making up, erasing that gap that he once had between the packs of Jeremy Nyam and also Kenny Ng Yitang. He will now look forward to try to claim the final podium spot with 6 more laps to go.
Absolutely, there's points on the line, there's tickets on the line. They really want to get themselves as far high up the leaderboard as they can for their chances at the end of year events, the grand finals and the Asian finals as well. It's all on the line all the way through the season. That's a great thing about the format of ROTAX Max. It incentivizes you to push as hard as possible every single weekend, because you never know where you're going to end up at the end of the year.
And push you must, as Scott Howard here keeps on the pace there. He's now actually having a bit of a pace gap between himself and Roger Young, because the last lap Roger just conceded 2/10 to Scott Howard, causing the gap to now be 0.7 of a second here. So that is not great news from Roger Young. He is struggling to get back to the attacking position that he once had with Scott Howard. And in the race where it all matters now, it's very important for Roger Young to be able to finally be up there with Scott Howard. And I think the last lap around, yes, Roger just dropped another 2/10 compared to Scott Howard.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part now. 50.7 plays 50.9 in terms of the pace. And you don't want to be losing too many tenths, not this late on in the race there. He's going to have to put the afterburners on. We know that Roger can do that. He's very, very racy during the superheats. But Scott Howard is a very wily driver. He can keep that kart ahead of you if he wants to. And he's really going to push it through. Meanwhile, the exciting battle is right here. And beautiful bit of driving there. 567 Chen Ping chasing Jeremy Nyan. And it's very, 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 very nip and tuck to see. That might be where the next change of position will be. We start lap 18.
So 3 more to go, and Jeremy Nyam is holding on to a podium position, but will he be able to do it? Because Chen Ping Hao is closing the gap with every passing lap here. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to hold the Taiwanese driver behind, but I'm sure Jeremy Nyam is doing all that he can to keep flying and keep that 3rd position there for all of us to see. It's going to be a battle brewing, and with 3 more laps only to go, it looks like it's going to be a close one as we go to the line itself. But in the front pack there, Scott Howard has pulled away from Roger Young with a 1 second gap there, and it looks like more and more likely that Roger will settle for 2nd position.
We'll see him going through the line there. Yes, it's 1.1 seconds. That is, looks like game, set and match to Scott Howard. All he's got to do is just keep the kart on the track all the way through the race. The real battle here is for 3rd position. Jeremy Nyam and Chen Ping Hao pushing very hard indeed. That 533 car, the one with the red nose, the 567 car with the white nose, both of them driving very, very well indeed. Their pace is still pretty hot. They're still in the 50-second range. Kenny Young's backed off a little bit. He's running a 51 second. I don't think he's going to be a factor in this battle for 3rd position. 533 there up ahead. Jeremy Nyam, beautiful bit of driving there. You don't have to use all of the racing surface. You can leave it a little bit tight coming through there. Last lap.
So there you go, our leaders are crossing the start-finishing line for the last lap here. This will be the last opportunity for Chen Ping Hao to attack Jeremy Nyam into turns 1 and 2, and he has yet to be able to do that. But now he's side by side with Jeremy Nyam into the Mickey Mouse complex there. Jeremy Nyam shutting off the doors and basically leaving no more room for Chen Ping Hao to accelerate out, but Chen Ping Hao now has the better power down into turn number 6 there as they go side by side once again into turns 7, and they go head to head into turn number 8. Only 2 more turns to go, but here we go. The pass is made by Chen Ping Hao on Jeremy Nyam. I believe Jeremy Nyam conceded that position somehow. That's an odd line to take as Scott Howard crosses the line to win, followed by Roger Young and Chen Ping Hao.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing stuff there. Jeremy made a bit of a mistake coming into the corner. I think he came in a little bit too hot whilst trying to defend. And again, when you're defending, you've got to check up your brakes braking just a little bit and claim that apex. If you don't, that gives your opponent an out. And Chen Penghao didn't need asking twice. He managed to get it first time out. Brilliant driving from the both of them, and real masterclass in driving throughout that last lap there. Very clean and very, very good. But this time around, it's the Aussies ahead of the Kiwis there. Scott Howard in first place with Roger Young in second. Chen Penghao in third. Jeremy Nyam in fourth. And Ken Young in fifth place.
So once again, congratulations to the Max DD2 final finishers, and congratulations to Scott, Roger, and Chen Penghao. We will be back soon with the final race of this weekend's race meet. That is the 26 kart grid Senior Max and Max Masters. See you soon. Until then, enjoy the highlights.
And welcome to the final race of this afternoon, the headline event for many. The Senior Max and the Max Masters are on the way there. A 26 kart field entered, and it's going to be a very, very exciting race. I'm Max Palmer with the usual voice of karting in Malaysia, Kelvin T. And we're going to have a lot of fun on this race, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're certainly going to have a lot of fun there. Just look at the grid. I mean, that looks like fun already, right? With 26 karts going out on track there with poleman Toby Gale, and has been dominant across this entire race meet, treating it, I mean, as almost as if it was a race practice session, leading all the way untouched at the front of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Feroz is the closest challenger he's got right now. But, you know, some days when the race weekend just goes for you, you're unstoppable. But then again, anything can happen in karting, and he usually does, to quote the great Murray Walker. Zarif Raikal there in third position. He's doing quite well for himself. He's got a great pace. Very, very good head on his shoulders. Very good racing head on his shoulders as well.
Yeah, so indeed, some great clashes out there from all the racers. We're looking at Payakorn as well in fourth place there. It's going to be one heck of a battle for everyone out there today, because it's going to be wild, it's going to be messy, it's going to be 3 wide into Mickey Mouse and 3 wide out of Mickey Mouse. And if you're not doing it right, you might just hit a problem there. As we look at Austin Gale, the 331 kart, 5th on the grid at the moment, with some pace to burn, and looks like he might just have a chance to go move ahead in the standings there. As we look at now, Siri Kong Siri 383, sixth on the grid.
Yeah, that's the thing with Austin. Like I said, when your weekend's going for you, it can be amazing. We'll have a look there at Daing Ibrahim, who's having a great weekend right now. But sometimes, as in the case with Austin, the weekends just not quite come together as well as Toby. But having said that, the finals is the one that matters the most there. So he's going to try his hardest there. Michael Koh in 8th position, doing quite well for himself to qualify in the top 10. Lakshmanish Bafna there, just checking the lie of the land there, perhaps thinking of a little bit of golf.
That's Luke Armstrong.
Luke Armstrong, there we go.
There you go. He's looking at the grass like, how does it feel to go and cut some grass here? So
And
there you go.
that's the man.
That's Lakshmanish. Yeah, there you go.
So Luke Armstrong perhaps looking for a golfing career.
Yes. And I think he has unfortunately had the rotten luck to be quite acquainted with the grass. The last race around there where he retired. But otherwise, Luke is a front runner in our series there and always has been, always will be. We wish him all the best there today. But it's going to be a great race out there with 26 cars. This is shaping up to be incredibly exciting. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's 22 laps in this race, which I know it doesn't sound like the longest form of motorsports, but with this kind of racing, this is pretty much Grand Prix distance for these drivers there. They're going to come up to the start-finish line for their picture. I know for a lot of them, the nerves will be building for Luke, and for some of the drivers further back, they're going to be looking for a way to try and get themselves further up the field there. So, like we say there, Luke Armstrong in 9th, Lakshmanish Bafna in 10th place for kart crew. We have Krish Gupta, we have Alpesh, the fastest of the Masters drivers. Thanapop, also another Masters driver in the field, starting 21st. Lucas Leong is out there. We have quite a few drivers further back that could spring some surprises. So, yeah, Toby Gale definitely in the driving seat, but again, 22 laps is a long time. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it usually does. So 20 odd laps to go, and Toby has been dominant across this entire weekend. Let's see if the rest of the grid can bring it to him this time around, and we shall see what happens as a briefing is going on there from our team to all the races out there, perhaps relating to one of the race starts there. So it's our last race of today, last race of the weekend, and this will determine the podium finishing positions there. We have a few names that we are looking and will be very interested to keep an eye on. I think basically from P1 to P10 is something that is definitely for us to keep an eye out on. The winner could be any one of them, and podium is definitely wide open for everyone that is on the grid today.
Yes, we can even see further back the hill, Ahil there doing quite well for himself to get himself into 12th place. He will want to go higher though. All of these drivers around these positions are looking for that top 10. Lim Xiaoyang getting a little bit of encouragement from his mechanic there. And again, it's important, really, really important to have a good understanding with your mechanic, but also have a good relationship with your mechanic, because it's the difference between winning and losing. And if the mechanic is happy with your performance, he's going to do the best he can to try and prepare the kart. If it's a bit of a rough patch, it can be hard to get the momentum back up, get the spirits back up in the team. Lucas there just chilling out and relaxing on the grid there. The other thing that we have to say is it's been a fairly clean row of starts there. We've only got one missed start this entire day today. So hopefully I don't jinx it by mentioning that. Today, yeah. Hopefully I don't jinx it by mentioning that, but perhaps that was what the discussion was, especially amongst the front row starters there. I don't think the starting marshal wants to see a slow start. I think he wants to see a little bit more pace and a little bit more of an active start to the race. When you start a little bit slow, you can get into a position where, especially with these longer fields, the guys at the back might pick up a bit more speed than the guys in front, and you have a bunch-up situation towards the end. So that's going to be one thing.
And the concertina gets compressed in the middle.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. And that is where all hell will break loose. And, as we now approach the final end of the grid, we have Abu Ashami. And rounding up the grid here, we have Tanmay Kothari and Zain Tan.
Absolutely great stuff indeed. And again, only a couple of seconds at most between pole position and the very back of the grid. The pace of the field is absolutely tight. And I think we're going to see some very, very exciting races up and down the leaderboard. Again, fantastic coverage here from the Sepang International Karting Circuit. Great job by everyone involved. We are going to go on our formation lap. And on row 1, it's Toby Gale and Muhammad Feroz. Both drivers in with a shot of winning, but Toby definitely in control. Zori Freikal in third position with Payakon, and Austin Gale in row 3 there. 5th place with Siri Konsiri in 6th.
Yeah, this is a great race to look out for. Row 4 complete consists of Daing Ibrahim and Michael Koh, followed by row 5, Luke Armstrong, the man to look out for in the green helmet there, and Lakshmanish, followed by Krish Gupta and Ahil Meklai from Stratos RL. Rounding up row 6, we have Lim Xiaoyang and Alpesh Kumar. Rounding up row number 7 here, and Thomas Jacob George, Lucas Leong Jae in row number 8. And we have a few more rows to go because this is a packed grid. So row number 8 is done. Now we have row number 9, Paco Miguel, followed by Zachary Chaichon Boyce.
Yeah, absolutely. And further back we have row 10, Krishay Gute and Daniel Harris Jegi. Row 11, Tanapob and Harith Zariel. And row 12 there we have Abu Ash and Mega Sul Karnain of FR Racing there. And the last row of the grid, Tan Me Kothari and Zain Tan. The lights are on again. Another very, very slow start. Let's see if we are going to get a clean run to turn 1.
All right, here we go for the start. Here we go, green flag, green, and we have immediately some pushing argy-bargy in the middle already. And here we go, some hanging, pointing already out into turn number 1. What a start. But Toby Gale has escaped unscathed at the front of the pack here, while Austin Gale has also made up significant positions there. And unfortunately, the DRM boys have been pushed out of contention there. Not a really great start for the DRM boys.
How on earth was that not a massive multi-cart pile-up on the start-finish straight? I have no idea. Those guys couldn't have gotten any closer to that if they tried. Spectacular start there, but of course the rest of the field, you could see a lot of arm waving there because they know they've given up a lot of pace to Toby at the front there. Toby's got a clean break coming across the start-finish line. We'll get our leaders coming in. Oh, a big overtaking maneuver there for third. We're not too sure who that is. Big knock there coming across the line there, but Toby Gale is in first. Austin Gale is second. There's a big crash into the second hairpin. Carts all off the track there. This is going to be absolute havoc.
This is havoc indeed, and it's only second lap out of 22. And Luke Armstrong all in the middle of the pack here now. But Toby Gale, the biggest winner of all that, absolutely escaping. And Austin Gale is now, his brother is now the wingman in second position there, so he can rest easy at least for now. But it would do him good to continue, keep pushing on to establish the gap there.
Unbelievable stuff there from Austin Gale. He started down in 6th there. He hadn't had the best of weekends, but hey, it's the final that counts, and he's managed to get it right up into second place. He managed to take advantage of the chaos that's coming through. There's still quite a bit of chaos coming into the second hairpin. There's something about that second hairpin that really brings the drama to a senior final here at the ROTAX Max.
Yeah, that's right. And we just saw Luke Armstrong taking the position from Krish Gupta as well. Oh, screaming and shouting all over the track here. Action all over this 1.1 kilometer track at Sepang there. What a race we are having here for the Senior Max and Max Masters finals.
Yeah, the midfield pack is still battling 2 wide, 3 wide. Very difficult to get a running order right now. The pace is electric. We can see there, Toby has the fastest time right now, 50.444, 50.444 seconds there. Austin Gale not too far back, 50.8. But Payakon in third position has the faster pace. And also Zarif also has the faster pace comparison to Austin Gale, so that could be a battle that might develop over the course of the day. 2.6 seconds now separates Toby and Austin.
Yeah, and the biggest winners out there, definitely Toby Gale and Austin Gale. One got away, one leapfrogged everybody to be now P2 actually, but Payakon is really sticking it to Austin Gale down there, attacking and exchanging positions there. Zarif Raikal, the DRM man, keeping himself in close contention there, ready to pick up the pieces should anything happen to them. And a further 3 seconds behind, we have Siri Kong Siri. Here we go. This is Austin Gale versus Payakon versus Zarif. Oh, there we go. Little bit of contact down into turn 1, and that is Payakon with Zarif Raikal there. The fight continues on into Mickey Mouse and the hand gesture. Let's get them. Let's not fight, let's go in front.
Yeah, absolutely. They can't afford to battle. The start has already put the rest of the pack at a disadvantage to Toby and Austin. Now, if they start to fight over at the front of the field, that's going to drag the rest of the pack down with them. They've got to work together in order to try and catch the 2 drivers out in front. And of course, Toby, you have to say, he's in the pound seats right now. 4.4 seconds is the difference between Toby Gale and Austin Gale. 5 laps. 4.5 seconds in 5 laps is sensational pace.
And of course,
Toby.
Payakon did not get the memo. He's like, no way I'm conceding that position to you. So Payakon has just retaken Zarif Raikal there one more time there, and they are all still pushing on to try to catch Austin Gale. But the biggest winner, huge winner out of all this is Toby Gale with incredible pace, 50.1, almost 1 second quicker than all the carts around them, and that is super pace. But another guy to look out for is Siri Kong Siri. He's slowly getting wound back into the battle because Austin Gale is holding up everybody behind him. Payakon, Zarif Raikal, and now Siri Kong Siri also joining the fight.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. 50.1 plays 50.8 there. So Toby is walking away with the lead right now. He's coming across the line, and we'll get the gaps fairly soon. But the battle is still going to be in the top half of the top 10 there on the mid-pack. Coming into the braking zone here, that is a very daring move. Brilliant bit of karting there, but he's managed to lose it again. That is the 1.7.
It's 377, and that was, I believe,
that's Dying Ibrahim.
Dying Ibrahim, yes.
And I think he might have lost that position to Lucas Leong. That battle is absolutely on fire. And not only that, he's got a whole train behind him. Let's have a look at that replay. Coming up towards that second hairpin, that earlier incident, it looks like there's a bit of a tangle, and that has caused the whole field to bunch up. Now you've got to pick. Do I go left? Do I go right? A moment's indecision, and you're into the car. You cannot make that split-second decision. You are going into the cart. That is a really unfortunate thing. A small mistake has concertinaed. We can hear the crowd going wild right now. They're going side by side, going through the second hairpin there. Fantastic bit of driving, 354 and 383.
And look at that.
Siri and Zarif, I think.
Siri and Zarif, and Siri has taken that position. He's now into P4. Siri Kong Siri into P4 now. So Toby Gale, Austin Gale, Payakon, Zarif Raikal has been overtaken by Siri Kong Siri. What a race here we're having.
This is sensational stuff. It's woken up the entire grandstand. There is not a single person sat down on the top row there. Brilliant stuff indeed. This is what we come to see from karting. This is absolutely top shelf motorsports. Coming down towards the braking zone there. Another look, but not quite close enough to do it. And again, everywhere you look, there is a fantastic battle going on. These guys are putting on a show for us today.
Yes, indeed. And I think you really have to keep an eye out on Siri Kong Siri. He's only 0.8 behind Payakon, and he is the man on track, on the move. Is Siri Kong Siri. He's really quick here with a lap time of 50.3 there. He's really putting down the pace, coming back from position 6th. He's now into 4th now, and looking to move up the ladder now.
Yeah, and the last lap there, Siri Kong Siri, 50.330, whereas Payakon did a 50.333, 3,000ths of a second between them, and it's still all to play for, coming up toward their 350.
So this is Zarif Raikal and Mohammad Feroz, and I think Zarif Raikal losing some pace here. Feroz Fezril has overtaken his teammate from DRM there, and the 388 of Luke Armstrong right behind them.
Yeah, you can see the leaderboard chopping and changing as we go through. We are almost halfway there. 10 laps gone in this 22-lap race. Toby Gale is our leader, 5.8 seconds ahead of Austin Gale. Payakon is 6.6 seconds back from the leader in 3rd place. Siri Kong Siri is definitely pushing a lot of pressure onto Payakon. They want to be up there on the podium positions as well. Zarif doing quite well for himself. Luke Armstrong's managing to actually get further up on the field. He's another dark horse to look out for on the back half of this race. Let's see what lap times he's doing. 50.6. That is quite good. Quicker than the car ahead of him, which is that of Zarif Raikal.
Gap now between P1 and P2 is almost 6 seconds now. Toby Gale is running away with it. And here we go. Luke Armstrong is putting the pressure on Zarif Raikal. Zarif Raikal has lost some pace since about 3 laps ago, where he's now being attacked left, right and center. First from his teammate and now from teammates from another teams as well. So now Luke Armstrong is going for it. He has Zarif Raikal firmly in his crosshairs.
Yeah, as you can see there, the fans are absolutely enjoying this. Smiles all round. This is what they come to see. 318 versus 383. This could be quite close indeed. Let's have a look. 0.2 of a second is all that separates them. He can just about read the date of expiry on that suit ahead of him. So Siri Kong Siri is going to be looking for that opportunity. It's going to be hard for him to try and catch Austin Gale. It's going to be hard for him to catch Toby Gale. But he can still get on the podium if he can nail this entry. And of course, 303 there. Mohammad Feroz Fezril is going to be
close as well. It's going to be close as well.
And closer.
Yeah. So Payakon there being under attack by Siri Kong Siri, and as we change the look at the battle between Zarif Raikal and Luke Armstrong here in the 388 cart with the green suit and the green helmet. There we go here. It's getting closer and closer between Luke and Zarif. And here we go, because now the gap is shrinking all over the grid. Siri Kong Siri is absolutely on the gearbox of Payakon, and Luke Armstrong on the gearbox of Zarif Raikal as well.
You mean the chain, don't you?
The chain. Oh, the chain. Yeah, the chain.
Well, we could tell that Kelvin's definitely in love with that DD2 car. I have to say that great car. Coming down towards the braking zone here, and yes, we have more Coca-Cola. But coming down towards the braking zone here, and through the back half of the track there, we're going to see this battle developing.
That's Luke Armstrong versus Zarif Raikal. This is still going on there, but I really want to look in front there, where we have Siri Kong Siri versus Payakon versus Mohammad Feroz Fezril. And that's all shaping up to be really close there. So Siri Kong Siri now only 0.2 seconds behind Payakon. Here we go. This is the battle. This is the battle for the podium there. And you know what? Feroz has now joined the fight.
This has just become more interesting. Again, like I was saying earlier on, if you battle, especially on this track, if you start to battle, you tend to slow down. You tend to worry about the guy behind you more than the road ahead of you, and that closes up the field, and that brought Feroz into contention here. Kart 303 starting to build a head of steam right now. We're having a look at the lap times. It's still 50.4 for the first two, and general generally the pace is still very, very hot indeed. Toby in first, Austin second, Payakon in third, under pressure from Siri Konsiri and Muhammad Feroz Fezril.
You look at Toby Gale, he's having the time of his life out there, alone leading the race with 6 seconds to spare, and Austin Gale behind as wingman did a great start to the race and secured P2, but now the fight is behind between Payakon, Siri Konsiri and now Feroz as well. This is for the final podium position. This is shaping up to be spicy.
Absolutely, and just a quick note there in the master category, Tanapob is managing to hang on to 13th position right now. Alpesh unfortunately is a DNF on our screens there, so that could have been an interesting battle between the two of those drivers there, but all Tanapob has to do is to just keep the car on the track, drive a clean race, and he is going to take home that masters category.
That's right, so here we go once again, the 318 of Payakon defending well from the 383 of Siri Konsiri there. Here we go.
Brilliant battle now. This three-way battle is, I think, going to go all the way to the end of the race unless a mistake happens. We are in lap 16. There isn't too many laps to go. If they're going to make a move for that podium position, they have to do it now. Payakon is now aware. He's been past the pits plenty of time. He's got the signals plenty of times now. He knows what the deal is. Siri Konsiri knows what's ahead of him, knows what's behind him. He's going to be the key man in that battle. And as you can see there, just the mechanics giving a little bit of instructions there. We were just talking in our breaks as to what they mean. I'm not very good at reading sign language, but there's quite a lot of interesting
signs going on.
Signals that are being sent across. I believe that was trying to talk the drivers into more finesse because it's a very hot track surface right now, as is typical for Sepang. So you don't want to overdrive the car. You can see the pressure on the mechanics' faces. They are worried. They really want their driver to be on the podium there. Toby Gale, Austin Gale running away with it. Payakon really wants to be in third place, but there's two other drivers with different ideas.
That's right indeed. So going softer, here we go. We resume the battle for the podium. This is Payakon versus Siri versus Feroz as well. It's all going disciplined. It's all going smooth between the three drivers. Now this squabble that they have slowed them down ever so slightly, but their pace is not far away from that of Austin Gale's, and these three are still within contention. They just need to push on to get there, but Payakon is not giving any quarter to Siri Konsiri, and this is a desperate battle for the final podium position. Something is going to happen towards the last few laps. I can sense it.
Yeah, the tension is building and building and building, and when you have tension, you're going to have release. So it's down to Payakon to keep the position there. Siri Konsiri he's the key really, and he's looking on the inside. He's not actually going for it yet. I think he wants to read his opponent a little bit more, but he can't really afford to spend too much time here because Farou's really pushing hard right now. And he needs to be in the podium positions as well. All three of these drivers absolutely have to be in third place.
Yeah, so Siri, they're really strong out of the Mickey Mouse complex there, but a bit weaker going in. So you can see a different driving style from each of one of these drivers out there. The styles might be different, but the outcomes are so similar. At the moment, look at that, the lap times of Siri Konsiri, 50.680. And Feroz behind 50.681, 1,000ths of a second separating their lap times from the last lap alone.
Absolutely, all three of them in the 50.6 range, unbelievably close. But there you have it, that's 3-2-3, Toby Gale in the lead, 2 more laps to cover after this one. This is the third from last lap, and we've got 2 more after this. He is 7 seconds ahead of Austin Gale, his teammate in MRC Racing, and again, absolutely fantastic drive from both of them. Again, Austin Gale, I have to give him the man of the match on this one because of that start. He was in a very difficult situation at the very start there, but
and
he managed to jump
the best
himself.
and made the absolute best out of it.
6th to 2nd in 1 lap.
Fantastic.
By the time he started lap 2 there. Just what he needed.
But Toby Gale, I just want to cut in and say, sorry Max, a little bit. about Toby Gale? That is what perfection looks like. That is what perfection looks like.
Absolutely. Lap 21 out of 22. The penultimate lap. They're still going for it. Further back, we have battles there. A lot of the drivers, friends and families looking on. But this third place battle is going to be it. Will it shake out well for Python? Python, I have to respect him a lot there. 318 in third place. He's under so much pressure right now, but he's managed to keep a very level head on himself. He hasn't tried to defend too early. He hasn't tried to bring it out. It's the last lap now. Toby Gale comes across the line. He's 7 seconds ahead of Austin Gale. Payakon will come across the line, still in third. And Silicon Siri in fourth, and Muhammad.
Oh, here we go. One last chance to dive down on the inside. Oh, that's contact between Siri and Payakon there. And look who took advantage, full advantage. That's Feroz out into the podium places.
Unbelievable stuff. It could change on a dime, and it did there. Silicon Siri was the key to that move. He tried to go for it, a little bit too much aggression. Both the Thai drivers got a little bit out of line there, and Feroz Fezril just dived in, got it into third position. Now he's got to run really hard right now, and so is this man. Toby Gale is about to cross the line, and he's going to be your finals winner.
Congratulations to Toby Gale. What a fantastic race. And here we go. Austin Gale coming in to finish second position. And who will do third place? Let's go to the line. That is Muhammad Feroz Fezril takes the final podium spot. Another photo finish today. Although I must say the earlier one was a bit closer.
Yeah, and that was a spectacular one indeed. But there you have it. Toby Gale from Austin Gale, Feroz Fezril getting that last podium position from Silicon Siri and Python. Luke Armstrong managing to get himself up into 6th place. Krish Gupta into 7th position there. Absolutely brilliant bit of racing from all of these drivers there. There's still a little bit of battling coming up towards the end there, but that is your race winner. Give a big round of applause to Toby Gale.
Fantastic performance. Dominant through the entire weekend and also dominant across the final race as well. That is it for us for the on-track action. Let's take a review of the provisional results. Back to Max.
Yes, again, a brilliant result there from MRC Racing. Precisely what they need from this weekend. Toby Gale in first position, absolutely dominating. Austin Gale, probably the best start we've seen all weekend to get himself up into second place, and he never let it go after lap 2. And Muhammad Feroz there in third position, followed by Sirikong Siri, Payakong, and Luke Armstrong managing to get himself up to 6th place. Not as high as you would normally like to be, but he'll have to be happy with that. Krish Gupta in 7th, and Zarif in 8th place.
And moving on, we also have Lucas Leong J, Daing Ibrahim, Ahil Miklai, Tanafob, Daniel Harris Jagi, Pete Paco Mikel Sarmiento, Megat Zulkarnain, Harith Bin Zaria, O, Zachary Chaichon Boyce, Lach Manish Bafna, Zain Tan, Michael Thari, Thomas Jacob George, and Krishay Gute rounding up the rest with Abu Ashehmi, Lim Xiaoyang, Michael Kaur, and Alpesh Kumar rounding up the entire grid. So that is it from us. Max, any last words before we go to highlights?
Yeah, a special congratulations goes out to Tanapop there, being the leading master in the race there. He's actually done quite well for himself to get himself up to 12th place, so good shout out to them. I have to say, I haven't seen a kart race that entertaining in quite some time, so a big round of applause to all the drivers for putting on a great show, and I can't wait to do the next one.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to those of you out there joining us, round 3 will be held at August 9th and 10th at Bira Kart in Thailand. And so we will see you then for the live stream. Until then, take care and congratulations to all winners today. This is it from us. Let's go to the highlights for now. Ladies and gentlemen, calling all Micro Max and Mini Max. You may collect your licenses at the office. We're going to go call it a day. We can all take our flights and go on back home with the trophies that you guys deserve. So let's go. We'd like to start with calling all drivers and all team managers for Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, Senior Max Master, and Max DD2 Master as well. All right, calling all VIPs that's giving away the prizes as well. Hello, those of you joining us from live stream there. Welcome. And we're going to do the prize podium ceremony, yeah? Prize podium ceremony. So calling all drivers, all team managers, all categories, Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, Senior Max Master, Max DD2 Master, please come on over to the podium area. All right now, calling all drivers to the podium presentation ceremony now. We're going to give away the prizes to all of you, starting from Micromax. If you know your teammate from Micromax not yet here, please get them here. Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, Max Masters, and Max DD2 Masters, all right? So we're going to go for the prize presentation. All drivers, please be present. All right, everyone here. Micromax, are you here? Micromax? One, okay, wow. The rest, okay, all here. Okay, so we're going to start and go ahead with the Micromax results first. Can I please call upon position number 3, Tan Touch. Position number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation. All right, congratulations. Now calling upon position number 2, Mason Alexander Kwong. Where? Calling for Mason. Right, Mason Alexander Kwong, Micromax number 2. Okay, so calling all drivers, all team managers, everyone here at RUD Sepang, once again, welcome. This is the prize presentation ceremony. This will be our final act of this race weekend. So calling for Mason Alexander Kwong for position number 2. Up the podium, Mason! And your winner! Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Chinapat Vajabote! All right, and for our VIP to give away the first Micromax prizes, can we please welcome Club Steward Inche Raja Aslan bin Raja Ashan. From number 3 to number 1. This is for Tan Touch, number 3. And then we have number 2 for Mason Alexander Kwong. And your winner, Chinafat. All right, please stay for a photo, please. Please stay for a photo session. All right, everyone together, photo session. All right, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Terima kasih Encik Razia Azlan. All right, calling next, we have Mini Max. The winners for Mini Max, please be ready. Calling for Mini Max, position number 3. You know who you are from Singha Motorsports, Pirapongpan Sutumno. And number 2 from Stratos RL Patapol. And your winner, give it up for Tanawarat Vejabote. And for this one, can I please welcome this team, Mr. Philip Saw, our race director, to give away the prizes. Mr. Philip. So third place goes to Pirapongpan Sutumno and Patapol. And finally, first place, Tanawarat Vejabuti. Congratulations. This is your Mini Max finalists and winners. Okay, photo please. All right, we'd like to get Mr. Thank you so much, Mr. Philip Saw. And now we'd like to welcome our next category, Junior Max. Calling on Junior Max racers, team managers, and all racers, please be present. Number 3, show some appreciation for Pumsit Klamjong of Singha Motorsports. And in number 2, well fought, Hamish Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Mika Slabbert. Once again, we'd like to welcome back Mr. Philip Saw, our race director, to the podium for the prize presentation. So number 3 goes to Pumsit Klomanjong, number 2, Hamish Campbell, and number 1, Mika Slabbert. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the photos, please. Okay, smile, smile. Up together. Let's go. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. Right now, we are calling for the winners of Max DD2 Master. And we call upon number 3, Mr. Jeremy Nyam. And in number 2, Mr. Chen Ping Hao. And your winner, Mr. Roger Young. Mr. Roger Young, here we go. And for our VIP of today, can I call upon Encik Muhammad Kurnia to come and pass the prizes to our winners, please. So number 3, we have Mr. Jeremy Nyam, Max DD2 Master. Second place, Mr. Chen Ping Hao. And your winner, Mr. Roger Young. All right, please, photos, please. Everyone up. All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. And now we have Senior Max. For Senior Max, we would like to invite the winners of Senior Max. Senior Max, are you here? Senior Max. All right, starting from position number 3, Senior Max Mohammad Feroz Fezril. And number 2, we have Austin Gale. And your dominant leader for the weekend, Toby Gale. For Senior Max, we'd like to invite Mr. Punpan as our RAT observer to present the prizes to our podium winners, starting with Mr. Inche Mohammad Feroz Fezril, followed by Mr. Austin Gale, and your winner, Mr. Toby Gale. And for Masters, congratulations once again for Senior Max. Come up the podium here. All right, together, 3, 2, 1, give me your biggest smile. Ladies and gentlemen, show some appreciation. Congratulations to all the winners. Finally, our last category, Masters, Max Masters. Can we call upon finisher at number 2, Mr. Alpesh Kumar Patel. Mr. Alpesh Kumar Patel. Or your representative, please. And for your winner, Mr. Tanafop Warakit Supachok. Mr. Alpesh Patel, Kumar Patel, or your representative from Stratos RL. Oh, okay. All right, so Mika will represent. All right, can I please call upon once again? Mika will represent. So can I please call upon once again the esteemed Mr. Punpan, our RAT observer, to present the prizes. At number 2, representing Alpesh Kumar Patel, is Mika Slabat from Stratos RL. And your champion for Masters, Mr. Tanafop Warakit Supachok from Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. This is the Max Master finalists. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everyone. Congratulations to all the winners. And this is it from us here at Round 2 Sepang. This is the RMCAT ROTAX Max Challenge Asia Trophy. My name is Kelvin. You're welcome to join me in the next one in Thailand. See you soon. Ciao. Thank you, guys.